Chapter 167. The All-Star Game ended in an uproar. In the end, Russell Westbrook, the backup point guard of the Western Conference, became the MVP of the year with a score of 41 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist, and 3 steals. The 41 points was also the second highest score in the history of the All-Star Game, second only to Zhang the Great's 42 points. However, this was still very scary. When Russell Westbrook raised the trophy that symbolized the MVP of the NBA All-Star Game, the New York All-Star Game officially came to an end. For some ordinary people, they could go back to sleep now. But for the celebrities who participated in the All-Star Game, there was a special banquet that they had to attend. Of course, it was not clear whether it was a banquet or a banquet because the people who could attend were all rich and powerful. Even the players were willing to interact with the rich to see if there was a chance to make money. Jiang Hai also had a chance to attend this banquet. Of course, this was inseparable from Moses Adams's connections. In addition to his connections, Jiang Hai also needed to show his strength. He needed to donate $1 million to the NBA's charity. This could be considered a stepping stone. The $1 million could be used as a tax deduction. The tax deduction rate was 1-to-1, so Jiang Hai did not care much about donating $1 million. After all, he had to pay the $1 million in April. Now that he had a chance to attend the banquet, it was a good choice. After paying the $1 million, Jiang Hai stepped into the venue of the NBA banquet. However, after entering, Jiang Hai regretted it. The people who attended the banquet, even if they were black, were all dressed in suits. He was the only one who was dressed in outdoor attire. It was indeed a little awkward and degrading. Jiang Hai felt that the waiters here were dressed more formally than him. Most importantly, although it was called a banquet, it was actually a buffet banquet. Most of the people were holding a glass of wine and chatting, just like what he saw on TV. There was nothing to eat at the cold restaurant. Isn't it a little degrading for me to wear this? Jiang Hai whispered as he looked at Moses Adams next to him. Boss, I told you a long time ago, but you don't like to wear it. Boss, it's up to you. I'll go over there first. I have a few clients to meet. Moses Adams patted Jiang Hai's shoulder and said with a smile. In fact, even if they wanted to buy a suit now, it was too late. After all, the All-Star Game started at 8:00 in the evening. The All-Star Game lasted nearly 3 hours. It would be 11 o'clock by the time they arrived at the banquet. In the 24-hour shop, there were obviously no suits that could be used to attend a banquet of this level. Therefore, instead of buying some random brands, it was better to let Jiang Hai wear this. It was more unique and eye-catching. He did tell Jiang Hai a long time ago that he had to wear formal attire when attending certain events. However, Jiang Hai was used to it. To be honest, he didn't like formal attire. It could be said that he hated it because even moving his arms was restricted. This was something that he couldn't understand. But now that he was dressed like this, to be honest, he was indeed a little embarrassed. Everyone in the room glanced at Jiang Hai from time to time when they saw Jiang Hai arrive. In this hall full of suits and gowns, Jiang Hai stood out. If it wasn't for the fact that tens of thousands of people had seen him a few days ago, Jiang Hai might have fled in defeat. But even so, he still felt a little guilty. He picked up a glass of wine and walked to the long table to pick something to eat. Although it was called a banquet, to be honest, everyone was a little far away from the table. After all, they didn't come here to eat. Jiang Hai didn't come here to eat either. But after considering that he was dressed like this, even if he went to make friends with those people, the chances of him getting the cold shoulder wasn't small. Rather than that, he used his $1 million to offset the tax and ate a free meal, so it wasn't a wasted trip. As for opening a trade route, to be honest, Jiang Hai didn't care too much about it because he had absolute strength. Salmon, cod, this is redhead. F***ck, why are they all raw? Could it be that I can only eat fruit? Jiang Hai picked up a banana and ate it while looking at the food on the long table. However, at a cold table, everything was naturally cold. The so-called cold food was not something that was left cold after it was finished. It was something that was cold from the beginning, such as some sushi, salads, and the like, which were the mainstream here. But Jiang Hai had a problem. He didn't eat raw things, so now he was also very confused. Hello. Just as Jiang Hai didn't know what to eat, a very pleasant female voice came to his ear. Jiang Hai looked up and found that it was indeed a girl. The girl was about 1.7 meters tall. Of course, this was because she was wearing high heels. He glanced at the soles of the shoes. Although they weren't very high, they were still 6 or 7 centimeters, so the girl was about 1.65 meters tall. She had long black hair, and her skin was a bit bronze. She was not a pure white girl, but she was a very obvious American woman. Her face was a bit wide, but her jaw was very narrow. It looked a bit strange, but it matched with her exquisite 5 views. She was wearing a black half-lace dress. At this time, she was holding a glass of wine and smiling at Jiang Hai in front of her. Oh, hello. After taking another bite of the banana, Jiang Hai nodded to the girl. He didn't seem to know her. How come you are eating here alone? Are you hungry? Seeing Jiang Hai responding to her, the girl also smiled and said to Jiang Hai, "Oh, I don't know anyone. It's quite unusual for me to dress like this, and I don't know what to say to these people. Anyway, the donated money can be used to offset the tax, so I'm ready to go back to sleep after eating." Shrugging, Jiang Hai said helplessly, "Oh, you are really interesting. You came here just to eat. If you let Mr. Silva know, he will probably want to refund your 1 million yuan to you." Hearing Jiang Hai's explanation, the girl covered her mouth and laughed. The Mr. Silva in her mouth was Adam Silva, who is often called Xiao Hua, the current president of the NBA. "If I can refund it, I think I will consider it." Jiang Hai shook his head and looked at the girl and said with a chuckle, "Let me introduce myself. I've been talking to you for so long. I don't think you recognize me. My name is Selena Gomez." "Oh, well, you really don't know me. I'm an actress and a singer." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the girl took the initiative to stretch out her hand and said to Jiang Hai. Sure enough, when she said her name, Jiang Hai's face was still blank. She laughed at herself. As a quasi-list celebrity in the American entertainment industry, she was really worried about her popularity. "Oh, hee hee. I'm sorry. I don't really recognize people. After all, I've only been here for a short while. Actually, most of the Americans here look pretty much the same to me, except for the color of their skin. It's just like how you look at Asians." Seeing Selena Gomez's words, Jiang Hai was a little embarrassed and found a reason. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and shook the girl's hand, but then he let go. He was not a pig who couldn't walk away when he saw a woman. "I came here this time mainly to thank you. The Justin Bieber you taught a lesson to is my ex-boyfriend, but he is really a bad person." Looking at Jiang Hai, the woman casually leaned in front of the table and talked about the reason why she came to talk to Jiang Hai this time. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai nodded. No wonder. In fact, Jiang Hai didn't pay much attention to these things. If he paid attention, he would know about the grievances between Justin Bieber and Selena Gomez. The two were together in 2011, but they broke up in 2013. But for Justin Bieber, if he couldn't have her, he would find a way to destroy her. This was not some malicious hype, because he himself did not need any hype. His specialty sales were still very high. His way of doing things was actually the most simple B-type mentality. If he could not have it, no one else could either. So on some programs or his own Twitter, he revealed the love history between him and Selena. He even told the world that Selena's first time was with him. It would be strange if a woman didn't hate such a bad person. However, Jiang Hai didn't know this, but it didn't prevent him from agreeing with the woman's words. Nodding, Jiang Hai said seriously, "Well, that kid needs to be taught a lesson. He is indeed a bad person." By the way, what kind of business does Mr. Jiang do? Obviously, Selena didn't want to talk too much about Bieber now, especially in front of a strange man. Although she was grateful to this man, she didn't want to talk too much about it. "I have a manor in Boston that specializes in raising cattle, horses, fish, grapes, wine, and so on." Hearing Selena's words, Jiang Hai smiled and said to her. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Selena was a little surprised. She originally thought that Jiang Hai was a company manager or something like that. After all, in her opinion, Jiang Hai really looked like an ordinary otaku. 70% of the people in Silicon Valley had the unique characteristics of Jiang Hai, the otaku aura. "Come on, I can't really let you leave after dinner here. I'll introduce you to someone." Hearing Jiang Hai's introduction, Selena smiled and led Jiang Hai to the crowd in the distance. Chapter 168. Where are we going? Hearing Selena's words, Jiang Hai was stunned again. He didn't want to come here in vain, but the problem was that he really didn't know these people. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Selena smiled. She suddenly felt that this Jiang Hai was really an interesting person. She didn't say anything, but instead, she pulled Jiang Hai's arm and walked to a corner in the distance. When Jiang Hai came over, he saw a woman sitting on a sofa in the corner. This woman looked to be in her 30s. She was a very pure Caucasian woman. Her well-maintained skin was extremely tight at this time. A pair of lively eyes looked around casually, but she gave people a feeling that she was like an iceberg that couldn't be approached. It could be said that this woman had the strongest aura and was the coldest beauty that Jiang Hai had ever seen. She was wearing a light blue dress, which made her seem a little out of place in this lively banquet hall. After all, the women who came to the banquet, if they didn't wear black and white, they would wear some warm colors such as yellow, red, beige, pink, and so on to show their friendly image. However, this woman did the opposite. She wore an ice blue dress. Although it was also a formal dress, it had the same effect as Jiang Hai. The most direct effect of this effect was that when she sat there, no one dared to pass within 3 meters of her. Of course, it could also be because this queen-type beauty's aura was too strong. "Sister Pola, you're here." However, Selena acted as if she didn't see such a strong aura. After walking over with a smile, she arranged for Jiang Hai to sit on the sofa opposite the woman. Then, she came to the woman's side and leaned on the woman's arm with a smile. She grinned and said to the woman, "Oh, it's Selena. I recently saw the news about you. Are you okay?" Hearing the girl's words, the woman named Pola looked at her with a smile. Although she was smiling at this time, Jiang Hai felt that even if she was smiling, she looked very cold. "It's nothing, I'm already used to that rotten person. It's just that those reporters surrounding me all day long are a bit troublesome." "Oh, right, let me introduce you. This is Jiang Hai, the guy who helped me vent my anger. Before the rookie challenge, he taught that rotten person a lesson. His family has a manor that specializes in raising cows, fish, and the like. I remember that sister recently took over Sam's club, so I came over to introduce you to see if there's any opportunity to cooperate." Hearing this woman's words, Selena shook her head. She didn't want to be stuck in the mire of Justin Bieber again. She came here with a goal. Oh. Hearing Selena's words, the woman named Paula raised her head in surprise and looked at Jiang Hai. Mr. Jiang is Asian. Looking at Jiang Hai's face, which is still very young here, Walton asked him. Oh, I'm Hua Xia. Although I have a green card in the United States, I didn't become a citizen, so I'm still a Hua Xia citizen. Hearing her words, there was nothing to hide, so Jiang Hai said directly to her. Oh, is that so? Then may I know where Mr. Jiang's manor is located? How much stock does it have? And how is the quality? Looking at Jiang Hai, Walton shook the glass in front of her and said slowly. In fact, in her heart, she really has no interest in Jiang Hai's manor, but she has a good personal relationship with Selena. Although the United States emphasizes that one thing is another, if she directly refuses without even asking, it will hurt their relationship. My manor is in Boston. To be exact, it should be in Winthrop. I have a total of about 20,000 cows now. As for the quality, I don't know much about it, but what I usually eat is the top grade A Frost snowflake beef. It's all produced by my manor, and it has a decent output. After thinking about it, Jiang Hai described his manor. He had no impression of Sam's Club at all. He didn't even know what this guy was. Just like this woman was perfunctory with him, he was also perfunctory with this woman, but he still chose to tell the truth. This Selena helped to introduce him, so he couldn't ignore her face. In Jiang Hai's view, his beef is the one he doesn't have to worry about. Oh. Special grade A Frost snowflake beef. Oh. It seems that Mr. Jiang's quality of life is still very good. There are no more than 5 people here who can eat this kind of beef without limit. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the woman chuckled. In her opinion, Jiang Hai was talking nonsense. No matter how rich a person is, it's impossible to eat special grade A Frost snowflake beef for every meal. The retail price of this thing is between $350 and $400 per pound. Even the cheapest price is $350, 1 pound per meal. 3 meals a day is 3 pounds, which adds up to $1,050, and this is just the cost of the beef. 365 days a year is nearly $400,000. $400,000 is not a lot. They don't lack this money. But this is only for one person. If it's for a family, 2 people will be $800,000, 3 people will be $2 million, and 10 people will be $4 million. This doesn't include other money. With this kind of steak, seasonings and the like also need to be specially made. In addition, even Bill Gates may not be willing to eat this kind of beef every day. Now it seems that if Jiang Hai is telling the truth, then he is a spendthrift, but the chances of him bragging are higher. Don't believe me? Look, you're smiling like that. I know you don't believe me. I'm telling the truth. I don't have to worry about the sales of my beef, because I'm going to participate in the beef show here in April this year. Every cow I slaughter can produce special grade A beef. As long as I get the Beef King, I think the sales of my beef will be no problem. You see, you don't believe me again. How about this, if you really don't believe me, come to my place when you have time, and I'll show you. Seeing this woman's gaze, for an otaku like Jiang Hai, what he couldn't stand the most was others looking down on him. Well, his poor self-esteem was constantly being worshipped, so he didn't hold back and directly said to this woman. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the woman was startled by his confident tone. In fact, the most important thing was that she was startled by his words. Every cow can be slaughtered to produce special grade A beef. What the hell is this? Okay, I want to take a look. Hearing Jiang Hai's confident words, the woman looked at him with some interest. She didn't know why Jiang Hai said this. Was it simply to lure her to his manor? Or was he really that confident? Looking at Jiang Hai's appearance, the woman's sixth sense told her that this man is not lying. If what he said is true, then she will definitely not let go of this fat piece of meat. I can't do it recently. The day after tomorrow is the new year of our Huaxia. I have to go home for the new year. I will probably be back at the end of February. How about this? If you really want to take a look, you can go after that time. I welcome you at any time. Hearing that this woman wanted to see for herself, Jiang Hai didn't say much and directly agreed. After the two exchanged phone numbers, Jiang Hai also got up and left. When he left, Selena also followed. She now found this guy to be really interesting. After staying in the United States for so long, she actually doesn't know me. It's fine if she doesn't know me, but as a manor owner, she doesn't even seem to know Prawalton. This guy is really funny. Hey, your strategy just now is not bad. Let Sister Pulla go to your place to take a look. If she really likes it, the sales of your 20,000 cows will not be a problem. This can be considered as a small help from me. You don't have to thank me. After the two left Prawalton, Selena Gomez also patted Jiang Hai's shoulder and said to him with a smile. Strategy my ass. I'm telling the truth. I don't dare to say anything else, but I have enough premium grade A beef. Eat as much as you want. When Jiang Hai heard Selena's words, he couldn't help but look at her. This little girl is still too naive. I'm obviously telling the truth. Really? Seeing Jiang Hai's serious look, Selena was also stunned. Although she wasn't in this business, at least she knew what premium grade of beef was. At present, the world's beef was almost cut off by the United States. Except for some countries like Huaxia, which didn't import American beef, most of the country's markets were occupied by American beef. However, in this world of American beef, there was a unique existence. It stood proudly at the peak of the beef world, and that was Japan's Wagyu beef. Why was Wagyu so expensive? Some people said that it was because they drank red wine, had professional massages, and so on. But in the end, it was because they could make more delicious premium grade of frost beef. It could be seen how important this kind of beef was in people's hearts. Even if she was a big star, she would not have many opportunities to eat this kind of beef. Now that Jiang Hai said she could eat as much as she wanted, it really made her curious. Okay, then I'll go with Sister Pulla. You have to treat me well. This is my private phone number. Here, someone is calling me. I'll go first. Looking at Jiang Hai's serious look, Selena showed her signature smile. She took out a business card from a hidden place in her skirt and stuffed it into Jiang Hai's hand. At this time, a few girls were greeting her in the distance. She also quickly said something to Jiang Hai and ran over. Looking at the business card in his hand, Jiang Hai was a little speechless and scratched his head. You gave me a business card just like that? Well, I'll keep it. After all, it was also a star's business card. When he returned to China, he could show it off in front of his buddies. However, according to his understanding of his buddies, they wouldn't recognize it even if he took it out. Compared to a star's business card, they were more interested in the NBA. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai couldn't help but touch his chin. Should he ask for an autograph? Chapter 169. Phew. As the plane descended from the sky, Jiang Hai yawned and staggered out of Bing City's airport. However, as soon as he stepped out of the gate, a gust of cold wind blew past him, instantly dispelling his sleepiness. I'm finally back. Jiang Hai said with a smile as he stretched his back and looked at the foggy sky. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he couldn't help but cough twice. The air in Boston was far worse than Texas and Montana. Even so, in Jiang Hai's opinion, the air in Boston was quite good. At least, it was much better than New York, Los Angeles, and other cities. However, compared to China, New York was actually better. Of course, this was mainly referring to the first-tier cities. In recent years, with the development of the first-tier cities in China, at least in terms of air quality, it was indeed difficult for people to accept. Ever since the All-Star competition, Jiang Hai had attended a banquet that night. For him, all he got was 2 women's phone numbers before he left because he was full. The next afternoon, he boarded a plane from New York back to China. From the US to China, there were only 3 major cities: the imperial capital, Shanghai, and Eastern Guangdong. Eastern Guangdong was an additional route. Only Luo City was used. The routes between the imperial capital and Shanghai were slightly more. This time, Jiang Hai was flying to the imperial capital. After 13.5 hours of flight, Jiang Hai knew what time it was when he boarded the plane and when he got off. It was 3:50 p.m. when he boarded the plane and 6:20 p.m. when he got off. At that time, he didn't directly transfer to Bing City. After all, there was still a day's time. He bought a plane from American Express for the next day and flew back to Bing City. Here, Jiang Hai once again felt the greatness of Yunyong. After all, this was the Huaxia period of the year. Oh, no, it was the period of the largest migration of people in the world. It was indeed amazing that he could buy a plane ticket at this time. Jiang Hai flew back to Bing City at around 4 p.m. on February 17, 2015. Thinking that tomorrow was New Year's Eve, Jiang Hai felt a lot of emotions. It was better to spend New Year's Eve at home, even if there was no one at home. Jiang Hai, over here. Just as Jiang Hai was lamenting the loneliness of life, a voice suddenly came from afar. Jiang Hai fixed his eyes and found that the person who greeted him was none other than 2 of his friends, Fu Yuan and Xiang Hua. These 2 people were his junior high school classmates, and their relationship was quite good. When Jiang Hai came back last time, he ate a lot with these 2 people. Moreover, Fu Yuan kept saying that he wanted to go to Jiang Hai's manor to play. He had even signed the contract. Although it was a little cold to go now, he was still prepared to spend the new year at home and then go to the United States with Jiang Hai for a few days. That was the United States. He had only heard of it before, but he had never seen it before. Hey, I'm here. Hearing their voices, Jiang Hai also tightened his backpack and walked over. You're finally back. Let's go. Get in the car. Seeing Jiang Hai coming over, Fu Yuan and Xiang Hua also greeted him immediately. They originally wanted to help Jiang Hai carry his things, but after looking at Jiang Hai, they found that Jiang Hai had nothing but a backpack. The 2 of them were not used to it. Come, I brought something for you. Sitting in Fu Yuan's car, Jiang Hai opened his backpack with a smile and took out a few autographed photos from it. In this backpack, there were a total of 2 sets of clothes, which were the 2 sets that Jiang Hai carried from home. In addition, there were only some autographed photos. These autographed photos were all from the star players at the NBA banquet. These star players were still very kind to Jiang Hai. They didn't mind if he asked for autographed photos as long as he prepared a pen and photos. So, Jiang Hai got a lot of autographed photos. Why did you bring anything else? Your beef is very good. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan also said with a smile. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but give him the middle finger. Damn, of course it's very good. Those are special A-grade frost snow beef. 1 pound, which is 9 taels, costs more than 2,000 yuan. How much? Are you crazy? More than 2,000 yuan for a piece of beef. What's wrong with the beef? Can you become an immortal after eating it? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan was shocked, and Xiang Hua was even more shocked. What kind of game is this? A piece of beef is more than 2,000 yuan. What a scam. This is just the cost price. If it was in a Western restaurant, it would at least be doubled. Looking at the appearance of these two people, Jiang Hai said proudly. In fact, when he first heard about this thing, he was not much better than these two people, but recently he has been used to it. Damn, are you kidding me? Do you know that I ate a piece? Are you going to scam me? I tell you, I don't have the money. If you want my life, I won't give you. While driving, Fu Yuan looked at Jiang Hai in the rearview mirror and said, Scam you? I was going to bring this back for you to taste. Let's see tomorrow. We will get together in the morning and then divide the beef. By the way, don't you like Wade? This is his autographed photo for you. Xiang Hua, who do you like? By the way, if you don't like basketball, then I won't give it to you. Hearing Fu Yuan's voice trembling a little, Jiang Hai patted his back seat hard, then smiled and picked out a photo and gave it to Fu Yuan. Fu Yuan liked to play basketball when he was in school, but after stepping into society, he had no love for basketball. This was just the opposite of Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai had no love for basketball when he was in school, but after stepping into society, he became interested. Several people talked and laughed, and unknowingly, they also got on the airport highway. After a while, they had entered the city. Although Jiang Hai hasn't been back for a few months, he still remembers the way home. As soon as they entered the city, they should turn at a road, but Fu Yuan's car went straight. What's wrong? You don't want to take Hashi, but you want to take Shuefu Road. Looking at the road outside the window, Jiang Hai said strangely. If you come back, then go home. Let's go eat first. Hearing Jiang Hai's doubts, Fu Yuan said with a smile. Eat? Oh, when did you become so sensible? You even know to give me a free ride and wash the dust. As soon as he heard what Fu Yuan said, Jiang Hai smiled and leaned over in the back seat, saying with a smirk on his face. What free ride? Tonight is a junior high school class reunion. Xiang Hua listened to Jiang Hai's words and couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. When he heard about the class reunion, Jiang Hai's brows couldn't help but frown. To be honest, he had no interest in any class reunion. In his view, the class reunion was nothing more than men showing off their money, women showing off their husbands, lonely men and women talking nonsense, and so on. Those who go to the class reunion will more or less have some purpose to seek connections. For example, Jiang Hai, now he is not short of money. Second, his career is in Boston. There is no one he wants to see among his classmates. What is there to attend? I don't really want to go. I want to go back to sleep. They don't know that I'm back. That's it. You can send me back first. After thinking about it, Jiang Hai decided to tell the truth. Don't. I told them that you are back. We have paid the money for you. If you don't go for a meal, it will be a waste. Besides, our junior high school's campus bell will also go. If you don't go, it will be a pity. You didn't have a crush on her when you were in junior high school, right? Looking at Jiang Hai in the rearview mirror, Fu Yuan said anxiously. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai only gave him a middle finger. Crush my ass. It has nothing to do with me. When I was in junior high school, I only cared about playing games. How can I have the leisure time to care about the affairs of men and women? Looking at Fu Yuan contemptuously, Jiang Hai said indifferently. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be true. Jiang Hai was very talented in games when he was in junior high school. He played War 3 and was invincible in the internet cafe street near their school. He was also recommended by the internet cafe to participate in the offline competition of WCG. Unfortunately, he was eliminated in 3 rounds. In the first round, he was in samsara. In the second round, his opponent had diarrhea. In the first 5 minutes, he didn't have a fast attack, so he gave up. In the third round, his opponent played normally, so he went home. It seems that he really didn't have a scandal with anyone, so after thinking about it, Fu Yuan pointed to another person next to him, that is Xiang Hua, who has a crush on her. "Boss, I'm married." But Xiang Hua's answer was more straightforward, looking at him contemptuously. "Well, I have a crush on her. Are you a brother? Do you want to go with me?" Hearing Xiang Hua's words, Fu Yuan helplessly opened his mouth, but finally shook his head and admitted it. Looking at this guy's appearance, Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh in the back row. Although Jiang Hai really didn't want to go to this place, his brother had already spoken. It was just a meal, so it didn't matter. "I despise you to death, let's go." He patted Fu Yuan's back again. Jiang Hai also leaned against the back row and opened his hand. Although he didn't know what the scene would be later, he needed to conserve his energy first. Flying was really tiring. Seeing that Jiang Hai finally agreed, Fu Yuan's old face also smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. If Jiang Hai really didn't want to go, then he really could only send Jiang Hai home. However, he always felt that Jiang Hai, this local tyrant, was not by his side. He always felt a little uncertain in his heart. But fortunately, Jiang Hai still agreed because of their brotherhood. This was good news. Taking advantage of the fact that Jiang Hai didn't have time to regret, he also sped up the car and rushed to the place where they agreed to meet. Not long after, they had already stopped in front of a 4-star hotel. This was the place for the appointment. Chapter 170. "Hey, you guys are finally here. We're just waiting for you. Hurry up. It's room 306 on the 3rd floor. I think it's about time for them to leave." After parking the car, the 3 of them walked into the lobby of the hotel. As soon as they walked in, they saw a woman with a big belly coming over with a smile. This person is none other than Jiang Hai's class monitor. This class reunion was also organized by her. Usually, Jiang Hai has no contact with her, but Fu Yuan and Xianghua have a close relationship with her. They often go to her house to play mahjong. Although she is a mahjong enthusiast, her strength is very poor. Her character is the same as a man's. She is very forthright. Now that she is pregnant and has a big belly, she still comes out to play. "Everyone is here." Hearing the class monitor's words, Fu Yuan suddenly became interested and asked excitedly. Almost everyone is here." After calculating the number of people in her mind, the class monitor also said with a smile. That is Yu Jia here too." Hearing the class monitor's words, Fu Yuan asked the class monitor in a low voice. "She's here. Let's go up." Seeing Fu Yuan's sullen look, the class monitor also said to him with a chuckle. "Okay." As soon as he heard that this person was also here, Fu Yuan was like a wild dog that was out of its reins and was about to rush upstairs. But before he could run, he was stopped by Jiang Hai. "Wait, the campus bell you are talking about, don't tell me you are referring to Yu Jia." Looking at Fu Yuan, Jiang Hai couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Of course, who else do you think it is?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan said with a righteous face. Looking at his righteous appearance, Jiang Hai really had nothing to say. "I knew you had a strong taste, but I didn't expect it to be so strong." "Well, let's go up." Seeing Fu Yuan's eagerness to try, Jiang Hai chuckled. It seems that people's aesthetic standards really can't be easily changed. The Yujia from Fu Yuan's mouth was also a weirdo when Jiang Hai and the others were in school. Girls develop early. This is inevitable. This Yujia not only develops early, but her figure is not small. Jiang Hai remembered that the last time he saw her should be in the 4th year of junior high school. At that time, she was already more than 1.8 meters tall and weighed more than 170 kilograms. When Jiang Hai and the others were in school, they provoked the gangsters outside. Those gangsters sent people to the school to block them. That fight was earth-shattering. Jiang Hai, Xiang Hua, and Fu Yuan fought until their clothes were torn. Of course, the other party was not having a good time, but they were lying down several times, and no one came to help. It was not that they were not popular, but those students were more afraid. At that time, Yu Jia just passed by. The leader of the gangsters thought that he had beaten Jiang Hai and the others, so he casually spat on Yu Jia's shoes. As a result, those gangsters were miserable. 3 of them had their teeth knocked out. Jiang Hai and the others just stood there and watched Yu Jia beat 7 of them alone. That majestic appearance scared Jiang Hai and the others silly even in their dreams at night. Since then, Jiang Hai gave her a nickname, Invincible Iron Fist. However, unlike Jiang Hai and Xiang Hua who were scared, it seemed that Fu Yuan liked such a girl at that time. But later, the two did not have any connections. Fu Yuan went to an ordinary high school, and Yu Jia went to a sports school to practice wrestling. Now that he thought about it, with Jiang Hai's physique, he had some chills. Hey, when did you come back? Because it was only the 3rd floor, they were too lazy to wait for the elevator. A group of people walked upstairs. When they were walking, the class monitor walked to Jiang Hai's side and asked Jiang Hai curiously. Although Jiang Hai usually does not interact with these classmates, after all, they have common friends, Fu Yuan and Xiang Hua. So the class monitor also heard some news about Jiang Hai from these 2 people. When she learned that Jiang Hai was coming today, she was very surprised because Fu Yuan paid for it, and she was not sure whether Jiang Hai would come or not. Hey, don't mention it. I just got off the plane and was brought here. I didn't even go home. Hearing the class monitor's words, Jiang Hai also smiled. To be honest, he was really not interested in the class reunion. From his point of view, this was a place where a melodramatic plot of pretentiousness and face-slapping occurred. His main focus now was on farming, not face-slapping. Therefore, if it weren't for Fu Yuan, he wouldn't have bothered to come here. By the way, how are you in Chile? I received a call from Chile a few days ago. She said that she couldn't find you, so she asked me for Fu Yuan's phone number. Tell me, did you do something bad that day? Seeing Jiang Hai's appearance, the class monitor smiled and joked. Hearing the class monitor's words, Jiang Hai's mouth was also smiling, but he was already cursing in his heart. This girl is really a busybody. I say, you should pay more attention to your daily life. Chile is different from ordinary girls. She is beautiful and rich. What are you not satisfied with? In my opinion, you should treat her better in daily life. Seeing that Jiang Hai did not refute or explain, the class monitor also began to talk non-stop. Now that she is pregnant, she has a sensitive personality. Even if Jiang Hai wants to refute, he can't say anything. It's very troublesome. But fortunately, the 3rd floor was still very close. Not long after, everyone had arrived in front of a private room. As Fu Yuan, who was walking in front, pushed open the door, a noisy scene appeared in front of Jiang Hai in an instant. Hey, you 3 are finally here. Come, sit down, the banquet is about to start. As soon as he saw Jiang Hai and others come in, a little fatty, who was originally in the room, couldn't help but walk over with a smile, and said loudly. This little fatty was also a classmate of Jiang Hai. He is their class monitor's current husband. When he was young, he was very active in the class. But because his studies were good, he was also okay. He didn't have any enemies. His relationship with his classmates was good, and he was also quite liked by the teachers. Now that it was a class reunion, it was understandable for him to be active. Congratulations, you are going to be a father soon. Seeing him coming over, Jiang Hai also smiled and cupped his fist and said to him. Haha, of course, when my child is 100 days old, you have to come over to drink. Seeing Jiang Hai, the people here also laughed and said. Jiang Hai naturally agreed, but he estimated that he wouldn't be able to come back by then. At most, he would ask Fu Yuan to help him bring some money, but it was estimated that the other party was just being polite. When Jiang Hai got married, he didn't invite them, right? To be exact, it should be that Qi didn't tell them, because Qi didn't want too many people to know that they were married. Even the wedding was held to appease the old employees of the company and her mother. After a few words of greeting, Jiang Hai casually found an empty table in the corner and sat there. Looking at the lively scene in front of him, Jiang Hai didn't have the leisure to get close to these classmates. Some people said that after meeting each other at a class reunion, even if they weren't very familiar with each other before, they would feel very close. Because this represented their irreplaceable youth, but for Jiang Hai, he didn't feel this way. Jiang Hai was a very eccentric person since he was a child. When he was young, he liked to be self-centered, so he didn't make any friends in the entire 5th grade of primary school. When he reached junior high school, his character gradually became more open, and he made some friends. He also made some friends in high school, but they were alienated because he didn't contact them for too long. When he was in college, he also made a few friends, but after all, college students were different from high school students and junior high school students. They might not make friends with you just because you were hot-blooded. Especially after learning that Jiang Hai's family had an accident, he only had a few friends left. Fortunately, Jiang Hai usually stayed at home, so it didn't matter. Jiang Hai's class had a total of more than 40 people. Today, nearly 30 people came, which was not a small number. Inside this private room, there were a total of 3 tables. Sitting there, everyone was looking for their friends, chatting and having fun. However, Jiang Hai really didn't have anything to talk about with these people. As for Fu Yuan and Xiang Hua, after entering the room, they plunged into the crowd. Fu Yuan was mainly around a very tall and strong woman. If they met on the street, Jiang Hai probably wouldn't recognize her, but now, he guessed that this should be Yu Jia. Now, she didn't look shorter than Jiang Hai, and her size should be more than 200. Jiang Hai had always held a reserved attitude about Fu Yuan's aesthetic views. As for Xiang Hua, when he was in junior high school, he was much more popular than Jiang Hai. Now, as soon as he came in, he was called by others to reminisce, so Jiang Hai could only sit there by himself. However, although he seemed a little lonely, Jiang Hai was quite happy. There was no melodramatic plot, so he was also happy and relaxed. He only hoped that after eating here, he could go back to sleep. After all, even if it was a first-class cabin, even if Jiang Hai's physique was somewhat unbearable to sit on a 13-hour flight. He didn't completely recover after sleeping in the capital, and today, he also took a flight, so he was a little tired. As for the other classmates, it wasn't that no one knew that Jiang Hai was now mingling in the United States, but Fu Yuan and the others also knew the principle of not showing off one's wealth, so sometimes when they talked about Jiang Hai, they more often said that Jiang Hai raised cattle and fish in Boston. This made Jiang Hai's classmates have little interest in Jiang Hai. After all, in the eyes of most young people of this age, no matter where you raise cattle or fish, you are still a country bumpkin and can't borrow strength. It couldn't be better that no one came to disturb him, so after taking a sip of tea, Jiang Hai leaned against the wall behind him and prepared to sleep. However, he didn't want to be in the limelight, but it didn't mean that others would let him be so peaceful. Chapter 171. Jiang Hai. Just as Jiang Hai was about to fall asleep in a daze, a slightly clear voice sounded in Jiang Hai's ears. Hearing this voice, Jiang Hai opened his eyes strangely. Then, what entered his eyes was a girl's face that looked very good. Thick eyebrows gave people a strong and handsome feeling. Her eyes were so big that it was against common sense. They were watery and looked really surprising. High nose bridge, long chin, sharp lower jaw, thin lips, and the two cute silkworms under her eyes. In addition, there were two small dimples on her smooth and white face. Jiang Hai was a little confused. What's going on? Did he transmigrate? But then he heard the voices of the classmates next to him continuing to make noise. He knew that he was thinking too much. But now he was at a class reunion. He had no impression of who this woman was. You don't remember me? Hee, I'm Yunliao, Feng Yunchin. We used to sit at the same table. Seeing the confusion in Jiang Hai's eyes, the girl pretended to be angry. She pouted and rebuked Jiang Hai. Ugh! Looking at the girl's appearance and listening to her voice, Jiang Hai felt as if the air in the room had frozen for a second. Almost all the boys in the room looked at Jiang Hai at this time. Obviously, the lethality of a beauty was very strong. And this beauty's every move would attract the attention of these men. Just like what Jiang Hai said in the car, at a class reunion, in addition to showing off, dating was also very important. Wait, let me think. Feeling those gazes scraping his body, Jiang Hai also smiled slightly awkwardly. Then, he carefully recalled in his mind. Then, he clapped his hands and remembered this name. Feng Yunchen was also a girl in their class. When she was in the first year of junior high, she wasn't tall and hadn't grown up yet, so Jiang Hai didn't have much of an impression of her. In the second year of junior high, she grew a little, but she had orthodontics, so, who would notice a girl with a pair of glasses and big steel teeth? What's more, Jiang Hai was more focused on the game at that time, so he didn't have a deep impression of her. He only remembered that she seemed to be good at her studies. Her family's conditions were quite ordinary. He heard that her parents were foreigners. In order to let her receive a better education, they came to the city to sell vegetables while providing for her studies. In junior high, she always wore simple clothes. At that time, Jiang Hai and the others didn't like to wear school uniforms the most, but this girl wore school uniforms all year round. Jiang Hai and her did sit at the same table. It was in the third year of junior high. Jiang Hai's father went to the class teacher at that time and invited him to a meal and gave him some gifts. The class teacher moved his seat from the second to last row to the second to last row, just right to sit with this girl. However, they only sat for more than a month. There was a monthly exam. This girl was second in the class and third in the grades. Jiang Hai was 37th in the class and 91st in the school year. There were more than 120 students in total. Since then, Jiang Hai took the initiative to transfer away. He said that he didn't want to delay other people's studies. In fact, he felt that sleeping in the second row and always being stared at by the teacher was too sleepy. He might as well go to the back and sleep. This was also his survival rule. Hey! I remember that your face used to be round. Why did it change now? Looking at the girl, Jiang Hai asked curiously. Hey, it was an injection. The double eyelids were also done later. But everything else is mine. After wearing glasses for so many years, my nose actually didn't collapse. It's considered lucky. Seeing that Jiang Hai really remembered her, Feng Yunchen also laughed. While laughing, she winked at Jiang Hai. Hearing this, Jiang Hai really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Other women couldn't wait to hide the news of their plastic surgery. Why did this girl take the initiative to confess? Ha ha ha, look at you. Why? Are you scared? I'm not going to give birth to a monkey for you. What are you afraid of? Really? By the way, I heard that you got a manor in the United States. Raising cattle and fish, how are things going recently? Looking at Jiang Hai's expression as if he had seen a ghost, Feng Yunchen smiled and patted Jiang Hai. Then, she continued to ask Jiang Hai. I'm doing well recently. But the cattle, fish, and so on, I just raised them. I haven't sold them yet, so I don't know how they are doing. What about you? Sometimes, people just need to brag, but sometimes, people can't brag, especially now. Jiang Hai didn't want to suddenly have a lot of people around him who borrowed money in the name of his classmates. He wasn't close to them, and he didn't want to be close to them. So, at this time, it seemed to him that it was the right choice to be a little more reserved. Me? I'm considered a model. In the beginning, I went to SG. In recent years, I've taken some booth work, mainly as a car model. Occasionally, I'll take some photos. By the way, do you know SG? Hearing that Jiang Hai didn't seem to want to talk about his work, Feng Yunchen didn't mind. Instead, she introduced herself. Oh, I know, SG. Shooting guard. Hearing Feng Yunchen's words, Jiang Hai thought about it in his mind. In his knowledge, this seems to be the only thing that is abbreviated as SG. Bullshit, booth girl is someone who endorses and promotes the company on some anime, games, movies, and so on. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yunchen couldn't help but look at him contemptuously. Is this guy teasing her? Hee hee. I really don't know. For this explanation, can Jiang Hai say that he really doesn't know? Aren't you an otaku? How come you don't even know this? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yunchen glanced at him. Oh, otaku are also divided into many kinds. There are 2D otaku who only watch anime. There are 3D otaku who only watch TV series and movies. There are military otaku, armed otaku, gaming otaku. Like me, I'm a fake otaku. Indeed, although Jiang Hai is a very otaku, he basically goes out of the house every day, so in his opinion, he should be regarded as a fake otaku. Hee hee, only you boring otaku will classify yourself. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yunchen also laughed and said. At this time, another girl came over from the side and asked Feng Yunchen to accompany her to the bathroom. This girl, Jiang Hai has some impression. Her name is Sun something. Well, I can't remember, but she used to be the study commissary of their class. She was the person who looked down on Jiang Hai the most, so now she just nodded to Jiang Hai as a greeting. I'm going to the bathroom first. You stay here for me. I'll be back in a while. It can be seen that after graduation, the relationship between the two was quite close, so when the girl called, Feng Yunchen followed and left. However, less than 10 seconds after she left, Xiang Hua rushed over like an arrow. Jiang Hai, you wouldn't have taken a fancy to Feng Yunchen, would you? Xiang Hua said to Jiang Hai while eating melon seeds. Damn, do you think I'm Fu Yuan? Despising Xiang Hua, Jiang Hai said weakly. At the same time, he glanced at Fu Yuan who was working hard in the distance. Jiang Hai can only mourn for him for a few seconds in his heart. It's good that you are not, otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. Xiang Hua said helplessly while eating melon seeds. What's the trouble? Hearing Xiang Hua's words, Jiang Hai asked with some surprise. This Feng Yunchin is not an easy person to deal with. I heard that she is now a model, and there is a big boss chasing after her. This big boss's power is not small. If you are close to her, it is easy to be retaliated against. After graduation, Xiang Hua knew a lot of stories among his classmates because of his good relationship with others. Obviously, he also heard some things about Feng Yunchin. Who the f*ck, this has nothing to do with me. Don't say that I am not interested in her. Even if I am interested in her, that boss can control me. I am now in the United States, not Bing City. Xiang Hua rolled his eyes. This guy is really gossipy. Hey. Ha, then you can do whatever you want. After thinking about it, Xiang Hua waved his hand and was about to leave. Hey, don't be in a hurry to leave. Why haven't you started eating? After eating, I can go back to sleep. He pointed to the time. It's already past 6:00 in the evening. What are you waiting for? There is still a big boss who hasn't come yet. Tian Cho, at this reunion, we will each take 100 yuan, and the rest will belong to him. If he doesn't come, how can we start eating? Xiang Hua said with a smile when he heard Jiang Hai's words. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but curl his lips. Well, at first, he thought that there was no big boss, but now it seems that he hasn't arrived yet. I say, do you have nothing better to do? Forget it, I'll sleep for a while. If he doesn't come by 7:00, let's go out to eat. I want to eat double-fried pork. With a sigh, Jiang Hai said helplessly. Okay, I'll go and tell Fu Yuan. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Xiang Hua also said with a smile. At the same time, almost the same conversation as Jiang Hai just now happened in the bathroom. But the person who asked the question became the study commissary, and the person who spoke was Feng Yunchin. Don't tell me you like Jiang Hai. Looking at Feng Yunchin, who was washing her hands in the mirror, the study commissary said with some worry. Yeah, I like him. Looking at her friend's face in the mirror, Feng Yunchin also said with a smile. Are you crazy? So many people are chasing you and you choose him. Let's not talk about Boss Liu. Let's talk about who you like. Why do you like a cattle farmer? Tian Cho has been chasing you for so many years. Whether it is wealth, property, knowledge, or appearance, I don't see how Jiang Hai is better than him. Shrugging, the study commissary recalled the appearance of Jiang Hai. A man who came to the reunion without wearing formal clothes. She didn't like it very much. Lu Jingri and I are just playing around. He can't give me anything except money. As for the Tian Cho, if you like it, I'll give it to you. Feng Yunchin said with a smile after glancing at her friend behind her. Chapter 172. What are you talking about? I'm ignoring you. Hearing Feng Yunchin's words, the study commissary's face couldn't help but change. Since junior high school, she has liked Tian Cho. This is a thing that everyone knows. Maybe Jiang Hai doesn't know because he is really quick to react to these things. At that time, he put more of his mind on sleeping and playing games. In fact, she is not bad looking. She made friends with Feng Yunchin in junior high school. At first, it may be because both of them had good academic results. Later, when they grew up, they knew how to dress up. Maybe it was because Feng Yunchin was really not good looking at that time. A beautiful girl, of course, is a relatively beautiful girl. She always likes to find someone who is not as good as her to serve as a foil so that it is easier to show off. But unfortunately, today, she is still the same person. However, Feng Yunchin has turned from an ugly duckling into a swan. Whether this swan is artificial or natural, at least in the eyes of outsiders, she is the foil. Looking at her friend who left quickly, Feng Yunshin smiled and whispered in a voice that only she could hear, "Have you seen a poor cattle farmer who can wear a Patek Philippe 502G platinum version of a complex function watch? You are ignorant." As Feng Yunshin's voice fell, she also left the bathroom again and entered the private room. When she came in, she just saw Fu Yuan and Xiang Hua sitting next to Jiang Hai. Maybe they were really afraid that Jiang Hai would leave because he was too bored, so Fu Yuan had to stop his plan to pick up girls in advance and come to persuade Jiang Hai. Seeing these three people, Feng Yunshin tidied up her clothes and walked to Fu Yuan and Xiang Hua with a smile. "You are sitting. It seems to be my seat. Can you move aside? You said it's yours, then it's yours. This kid is a little sleepy. Come and talk to him." Originally, Fu Yuan wanted to talk back when he heard this. "You said it's yours and it's yours. Who do you think you are?" But when he saw that it was Feng Yunshin, the second half of his sentence changed. Although his aesthetic view was somewhat distorted, it did not prevent him from appreciating the beauty in the eyes of the public. However, his sixth sense told him that this woman was not someone he could afford to offend. Of course, she did not like him either. The latter was the most important thing. If Feng Yunshin hooked her finger at him now, he would probably take off his pants while running. Of course, this was a bit exaggerated. However, he still gave up his seat and let Feng Yunshin continue to sit next to Jiang Hai. "What? You have such a beautiful woman sitting next to you, and you're still sleepy." Feng Yunshin glanced at Jiang Hai reproachfully and said in a delicate voice. Hearing her words, Xiang Hua and Fu Yuan, who hadn't gone far, couldn't help but shudder. This woman was so terrifying. Well, how should I put it? Who is sitting next to me? I should be sleepy now. I took a 13-hour flight from the United States to the imperial capital, and then from the imperial capital back to Bingqing. It would be strange if I wasn't sleepy. But unfortunately, Jiang Hai did not respond to such a seductive voice. He continued to lean on the chair and said while yawning. Looking at Jiang Hai, Feng Yunshin blinked her big eyes and asked Jiang Hai with a smile, "Hey, then after we finish eating, we'll go back to sleep. By the way, isn't your manner very beautiful, very beautiful? Is the air very good?" "Oh, the air is good. As for whether it's beautiful or not, it depends on the person. If some people like the blue sky, the forest, the sea, the beach, the grassland, and so on, my manner is very beautiful. But if they like some modern buildings, my manner is a little boring. There's nothing to play with." Thinking back to his manner, no matter what others think, Jiang Hai is very satisfied. "Wow, there's a beach. There's also a forest. I thought you raise cattle and a grassland is good enough. There are so many other things." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yunshin said with some surprise. "Oh, I raise cattle and fish. You don't think I raise fish by digging a fish pond, right? People in the United States don't eat freshwater fish. I have a sea. The sea is quite big. I should be spreading live bait now. Next month, I will release the fry. The fish I raise are grouper, longfin, Atlantic salmon, salmon and so on." Looking at Feng Yunshin in front of him, Jiang Hai explained. And the more she listened to Jiang Hai's words, the brighter Feng Yunshin's eyes became, and she had a very interested expression. "By the way, as a model, sometimes we have to go abroad to take some photos. In fact, it's okay to take photos in China, but 13 frames abroad will be higher. It's good for accumulating popularity. Since you have a beach, is it convenient for us to take photos there?" Looking at Jiang Hai, Feng Yunshin asked with a smile. "Oh, there's no problem with this. After thinking about it, it's just taking some photos, he doesn't care. Then it's a deal. Seeing that Jiang Hai agreed, Feng Yunshan immediately agreed. At this moment, with a banged sound, the door of the private room was opened again, and a person dressed very strangely came in from the outside. This guy was more than 1.8 meters tall, almost the same as Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai couldn't tell what he looked like, but it could be seen that he was obviously wearing makeup. Although the man with makeup looked like a sissy in Jiang Hai's eyes, this person felt good about himself. His hair was very strange, and the rest of his hair was very short. Only the bangs in front were relatively long, and it was deliberately made into a strand of white hair. Coupled with his oily appearance, it really, reminded Jiang Hai of a monster in a movie. At this time, he was wearing a white fur coat with some black stripes. It looks like tiger skin, but everyone knows that it's bullshit. Even if it's really tiger skin, he wouldn't dare to wear it. But the most eye-catching thing is that there are 2 pheasant feathers on the front of his coat. It's really gaudy. Hey, Uriel. Happy Chinese New Year. As soon as this guy walked in, his body floated forward for a distance, and then he landed. He showed his white teeth and said loudly to the 3 tables in front of him. Hey, why are you only here now? We're still waiting for you to start eating. But your English skills have improved. That's right, that's right. If Director Tian isn't here, we won't be in the mood to eat. Come. Director Tian, sit here. There's an empty seat here. After hearing his voice, everyone in the room fell silent for 3 seconds. Most of the boys burst out with a strange enthusiasm. Their gazes were really fervent. One by one, they ran in front of this guy, wanting to pull him to sit with them. This person also smiled and chatted with these people. As for the other girls who were still gossiping, most of them tidied up their clothes and showed their best side. One by one, they sat there and secretly flirted with this guy. Out of the nearly 30 people in the hall, only Jiang Hai, Fu Yuan, and a few other men didn't move. The rest of the people were like flies that saw feces. They suddenly surrounded them. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hai's eyebrows twitched. He originally thought that this melodramatic scene wouldn't happen, but now it seemed that he was overthinking it. F***ck, what the hell? You don't know him. Well, it seems that your zodiac sign is a goldfish. Your memory only has 7 seconds. This guy is Tian Cho. You guys even fought when you were in junior high. Seeing that Jiang Hai didn't seem to remember who this person was, Feng Yunshan smiled and introduced him. Tian Cho, Tian Dadu. Well, it seems that his head is getting bigger and bigger. Nodding, when Tian Cho's name was mentioned, Jiang Hai understood. This guy really didn't get along with Jiang Hai in school. This guy's studies were in the middle of the class. He was slightly better than Jiang Hai. He liked to play basketball and was also tall. His father was originally the deputy director of a police station, so his family had some money and some power. In junior high school, which student didn't go to the internet cafe to play? He met Jiang Hai in the internet cafe. They were all classmates. Because he was bored, he played a game of Counter-Strike. He was defeated 42-1 by Jiang Hai. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and directly turned off Jiang Hai's computer. Then, he fought with Jiang Hai. Although this guy was tall and strong, his fighting level was really bad. After being beaten up by Jiang Hai, he went to find the teacher. In order to please his father, the teacher reprimanded Jiang Hai and also found his parents. Jiang Hai went home and was taught a lesson by his father. However, in school, this guy didn't interact with Jiang Hai from then on. This was because Jiang Hai's father beat him up because he went to the internet cafe, not because of a fight in school. The education policy in the Northeast was slightly different from other places. When Jiang Hai was young, he didn't do well in his studies, did well in exams, went to the game hall, internet cafe, and had puppy love. These things were bound to be beaten. However, if he got into trouble, such as smashing glass, fighting, or breaking something in school, nothing would happen. He would compensate for what he should do. At most, when he went home, he would say a few words. He wouldn't even be scolded. Especially fighting. When Jiang Hai was young, he fought a lot. Every time he beat someone up, the other person's parents would bring their child to complain. His father and mother always had a bad attitude in front of others. They would turn their heads and not do anything. They would even buy delicious food for him. However, if you were beaten outside, more than 70% of the parents wouldn't stand up for you. Instead, they would be scolded. According to Jiang Hai's understanding of the people around him, more than 90% of the families were educated like this. Of course, there was no shortage of families with elite education, or they were especially spoiled in the family, but generally, such children would either admit defeat or be stubborn, and they would be bullied all the time. Obviously, Tian Cho belonged to the series of admitting defeat. Looking at him like this, it really reminds me of a poem. Going to the banquet alone as a chicken feather, it's all classmates who pretend to be chicken feather. Looking at Tian Cho, who was fluttering in the wind, Jiang Hai touched his chin and said softly. Hearing his words, Feng Yunshin next to him couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 173. Where's my Yunshin? Yunshin, you're here. Come, follow me to that table. Our good friends are all there. Obviously, Tian Cho didn't hear Jiang Hai's poem. Otherwise, who knew if he would still be so cocky? The reason why he would be a sucker this time was firstly to show off in front of his old classmates. Secondly, it was for Feng Yunshin. Tian Chao's aesthetic point of view was originally the same as Fu Yuan's in the eyes of Jiang Hai and the others. They all liked the kind, since junior high school, Tian Cho had liked Feng Yunshin. At first, everyone thought it was because of Feng Yunshin's good grades. But it wasn't until now that everyone understood why he had known for a long time that Feng Yunshin was not bad looking. It was just that the glasses, the old-fashioned outfit, and the braces that ruined this beauty. It was just like the song, the braces are beautiful, but the sister has such strong legs. After arriving at university, Tian Cho had been working hard to pursue Feng Yunshin. However, Feng Yunshin would rather be someone else's mistress than be with him. This was the most annoying thing for him. The most important thing was that he couldn't afford to offend the man beside Feng Yunshin. Although his family was considered a small official family, he would not be short of money. However, compared to the big entrepreneurs, he was still far from it. Presumably, this was also the reason why Feng Yunshin did not like him. In addition, Feng Yunshin had been developing in the imperial capital in recent years. He didn't have much chance to eat swan meat. However, he felt that today was an opportunity. Feng Yunshin had nowhere to go during the new year. The old man was still at home in the imperial capital. This was the time when the beauty was lonely. It was the time for him to perform well and win her over in one fell swoop. It was precisely because of this that he decided to hold this class reunion and was willing to be a sucker. As for Jiang Hai beside Feng Yunshin, well, he had temporarily forgotten who this guy was. Originally, he thought that as long as he called, Feng Yunshin would definitely run over. However, when Feng Yunshin opened her mouth, he knew that he was thinking too much. I won't go. I'm not very familiar with them. I'll stay here and have a good chat with my old desk mate. You can go over there and greet the others. Don't worry about me. Ugh. Originally, he thought of many answers from Feng Yunshin, but he didn't expect her to say this. For a moment, he was also a little stunned. Then, he looked at Jiang Hai. Although he felt that Feng Yunchin didn't come over, he was only using Jiang Hai as a shield. But this didn't prevent him from hating Jiang Hai. AI, Director Tian, come. Let's sit over there and come back later. At this time, the study committee member surnamed Sun also walked over from a distance with her long legs. She said to Tian Cho with a smile. Then, she brought him to the first table. That table was the main table. Although Tian Cho was a little reluctant, he couldn't lose his temper at this time. He could only walk over with an awkward smile and sit in front of this table. However, his eyes kept glancing at Feng Yunchin from time to time. No matter how Tian Cho's mood was, now that everyone was here, it was naturally time to start the banquet. With the orders of those who were more experienced, 3 tables of the same banquet were brought over by the waiters. At this time, Fu Yuan and Xiang Hua had also finished chatting with others. They were in a small group with Jiang Hai, so naturally, they had to sit together. Looking at the full banquet in front of them, many people secretly exclaimed in their hearts that they had made a profit this time. This 4-star hotel was also considered an old name in Bing City. Naturally, many people had come over to eat. Seeing the things on the banquet, those who were flattering became energetic. Director Tian, is this a lobster? It's so big. It shouldn't be cheap. Pointing at the lobster in the middle of the round table, a person at Tian Chow's table exclaimed loudly. The 3 tables of dishes prepared by Tian Cho this time were indeed not cheap. The main dish was that huge lobster. Other dishes were also a lot of seafood, such as vermicelli, garlic shrimp, oysters, cold jellyfish, scallion braised sea cucumber, steamed sturgeon. In addition to these dishes, there were many home-cooked dishes, such as celery cashews, sirloin beef tenderloin, braised pork knuckle, cold tiger dish, braised meatballs, boiled baby cabbage, fried eggplant, and 2 platters. One platter was mi cha shu, and the other was a cold combination of beef, chicken gizzards, and sausages. Excluding rice, there were a total of 16 dishes. A table of 10 people eating 16 dishes, naturally, they couldn't finish it. The other dishes were okay, but the lobster looked really scary. It seemed that except for the whiskers, it was about 60 centimeters in size. It was indeed a very expensive thing in China. Of course, these 3 lobsters were all specially reserved by the hotel. They are all 2 feet long, and they are all Boston lobsters from Maine in the United States. This thing is very valuable there. In our place, 1 lobster costs 4,888 renminbi. Hearing this person deliberately point out the value of these lobsters, Tian Cho gave him a thumbs up in his heart and then said proudly. Hearing him say this, the people at his table naturally worked hard to flatter him, and they ate even more happily. However, when it came to Jiang Hai's table, Fu Yuan glanced at the lobster in front of him and said while eating, "TSK, is this thing very expensive?" "It's okay, this is indeed Boston lobster, but the price also depends on the time. For such a long lobster, if the supermarket has a special price, it is estimated to sell for about $50, which is more than 300 renminbi. But when you come to my place, you can eat as much as you want. I have a lot of them in the sea." Hearing Fu Yuan's words, Jiang Hai said casually. Compared to lobsters, he really likes to eat them, but in China, he can't afford them. "Hey, Tian Datu is really a Datu. 4,888 renminbi, why don't you blackmail him? The price of 1 lobster, you can buy 16 lobsters locally." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Xiang Hua on the other side also laughed, but ridiculing is just ridiculing. This thing is really good in China, so he also got a big pincer and ate it. Compared to lobsters and other seafood, Jiang Hai is actually more fond of other meat dishes. Before going to Boston, Jiang Hai really liked to eat seafood, but in the past 6 months, he ate all kinds of fish and all kinds of steaks almost every day. In addition, the Americans really have no talent in cooking. Beef is either fried or stewed, and the stewed beef is basically the inferior beef, but in Jiang Hai's manner, there is only good beef, so it can only be fried. Seafood is similar. It is either fried, roasted, or seafood soup. Although he is not tired of eating, it is still very tempting to try the authentic Huaxia food. Although the beef here was far inferior to the beef in his hometown, it was still authentic Chinese food. Jiang Hai hasn't eaten this smell for a long time. Although he is sleepy now, he is really hungry after being stirred by this smell. Seeing that Jiang Hai doesn't eat seafood, nor does he eat beef, but he specifically picks vegetables to eat. Feng Yunchen, who was sitting next to Jiang Hai, couldn't help but laugh. It seems that you really eat these things all day over there. You are not even interested in seafood. Cough, hee, these things have shells or something. I'm too lazy to do it. Hearing Feng Yunchen's words, Jiang Hai was embarrassed to say these things. He has a lot of them. Isn't this a bit of showing off his wealth? After thinking about it, he found a reason. Then I'll help you do it. You don't know. In our line of work, we can't eat much every day. We are hungry every day. Now that we can't enjoy it with our mouths, let me smell more. But who knew that after Jiang Hai finished speaking, Feng Yunchen also took advantage of the situation. She smiled and talked to Jiang Hai. As she spoke, she really picked up 2 garlic prawns from the plate and put them on her plate. After removing the prawns' heads, legs, and shells, she put them on Jiang Hai's plate. When she put the prawns on Jiang Hai's plate, the people at the whole table were stunned. In an instant, Jiang Hai became the focus of everyone again. Originally, the boys were very happy to be able to sit with Feng Yunchen, but they didn't expect that now they suddenly had a feeling of being abused. As for Fu Yuan and Xiang Hua, they looked at Jiang Hai with a smirk and winked. God proved that Jiang Hai really had nothing to do with this guy, but it didn't seem good if he didn't eat the prawns that were put on his plate. After hesitating for a moment, he smiled and stuffed it into his mouth. Seeing Jiang Hai eat it, Feng Yunchen smiled even more happily and continued to pluck Jiang Hai. The silence here was noticed by the people at the main table. When Tian Chok saw Feng Yunchen's actions, his heart was bleeding. Seriously, he spent tens of thousands of yuan just to make the beauty smile. In the end, the beauty did smile, but the smile wasn't with him. It was as if he was going to get married. He gave the betrothal gifts, bought a house, fixed it, held a banquet, invited friends and relatives, and finally, Jiang Hai entered the bridal chamber. There was nothing for him. He was a coward. Anyone with a bit of steel would have to be at odds with Jiang Hai. But then again, even if he was at odds with Jiang Hai, what was the use? Jiang Hai didn't stay in the country. This kind of oppressive atmosphere didn't last long. As the first boy stood up to toast, the atmosphere in the room once again returned to a lively state. However, he didn't know if it was because Jiang Hai attracted public anger, but he, who enjoyed the beauty's grace, became the target of everyone. However, Jiang Hai didn't refuse anyone. What a joke. His current physical fitness was the limit of a human. His resistance to alcohol was also extremely high. Not to mention, he only drank beer today. As long as he drank from time to time, he wouldn't drink too much. Therefore, those who wanted to see Jiang Hai make a fool of himself naturally couldn't succeed. Unknowingly, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Although many people were clamoring to fight until dawn and change to a KTV or something like that to drink, Jiang Hai was already preparing to go back to sleep. When Tian Chou learned that Jiang Hai was going back to sleep, he felt that his chance had come again. But unexpectedly, just as Jiang Hai was about to leave, Feng Yunqin also wanted to go back, leaving Tian Chou alone in the wind. Of course, there were many women who were interested in him. Feng Yunqin left, but there were still many female classmates. Chapter 174. Let's go. I'll take you home. Jiang Hai wanted to leave. Fu Yuan and Xianghua here, even if they were reluctant, still had to leave. Although for Fu Yuan, his happiness for the rest of his life may be among these people, at least before the relationship was confirmed, his brothers were more important in his heart. Of course, according to Jiang Hai's estimation, the most important thing was that Yu Jia also left. After confirming that Yu Jia was not going to play with those people, Fu Yuan also walked to Jiang Hai step by step and said to him with a smile. His progress today was not bad. At least, he got Yu Jia's phone number. Send my ass. You are driving under the influence now. Take a taxi back. Rolling his eyes at Fu Yuan, Jiang Hai said with a look of contempt. Hey, I called to find a designated driver. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan didn't go crazy. If this place was close to home, then it would be fine. But if something happened, then it would be really troublesome. Fortunately, it was quite convenient to pay the price now. Generally, people who have a car to pay the price don't care about the 100 or 80, so it doesn't matter. Okay, the designated driver is charged according to the number of kilometers. It just so happens that you are on the way, and I'm not on the way. I'll take a taxi back. Looking at Fu Yuan and Xianghua, Jiang Hai didn't want them to take a detour. At the door of this hotel, there were many taxis. Jiang Hai was not worried about not being able to take a taxi. It's okay. It's just a little money. Hearing Jiang Hai's refusal, Fu Yuan was also a little embarrassed. After all, he forced Jiang Hai to come. Naturally, he also wanted to send Jiang Hai back. Jiang Hai. Just as Jiang Hai hesitated and wanted to accept his kindness, Feng Yunqin, who had just finished greeting the study commissary in the distance, ran over with a smile. When she saw her running over, she naturally attracted a lot of people's attention in an instant. Oh, what's the matter? Hearing her voice, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment, then asked curiously. Tonight, I was so busy picking up food for you that I didn't have enough to eat. I don't care, you have to treat me to a good meal. Seeing Jiang Hai's puzzled gaze, Feng Yunqin pouted and said to Jiang Hai with a playful face. Oh, then we understand. We'll take our leave first. Hearing Feng Yunqin's words, although Fu Yuan still wanted to watch the fun here, Xianghua on the other side didn't drink too much, so he couldn't help but pull his clothes. Feeling that someone was pulling him, Fu Yuan looked at it and reacted. He nodded with a smile, then left with Xianghua. Looking at the two people who left, Jiang Hai couldn't help but open his mouth, then he looked at Feng Yunqin with some embarrassment. It's no problem to treat you to a meal, but tomorrow is the new year. It's so late now. There are no restaurants open. Otherwise, let's stay here. I'll treat you. Touching his hair, Jiang Hai said with a chuckle. No need to be so troublesome. It's expensive here, and I can't eat well. I'm easy to raise. Let's go to your house and buy 2 bags of instant noodles on the way. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yunqin said with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was also shocked. It seems that this progress is a bit fast. You want to go home with me so soon? Of course, do you still want to be in love with me for a few years? Feng Yunqin rolled her eyes at Jiang Hai. Feng Yunqin's words were already very clear. Jiang Hai was now pretending to be confused. At the moment, she was no longer polite. She walked directly to Jiang Hai's side, took Jiang Hai's arm in his pocket, and then strode forward with Jiang Hai. Seeing this scene, the men who were originally very interested in Feng Yunqian tonight were really heartbroken, especially Tian Chou, who was surrounded by a group of women. Watching Jiang Hai and Feng Yunqian leave, his heart was bleeding. But as Jiang Hai said, this guy was really scared. He didn't dare to face Jiang Hai head-on. Moreover, even if he wanted to find trouble with Jiang Hai, he couldn't do it because these classmates knew that Jiang Hai was now in the United States. Even if he wanted to make things difficult for Jiang Hai, he couldn't find a chance, so he could only watch with his eyes and his heart bleeding. Soon, a taxi turned from a distance. Feng Yunqian pulled Jiang Hai into the back seat. Looking at the taillights of the taxi speeding away, Tian Chou opened his mouth but found that he could hardly make a sound. However, while Tian Chou couldn't make a sound, someone made a sound. Looking in the direction where Jiang Hai and Feng Yunqian left, the class monitor, who was walking behind the crowd, took out her cell phone from her bag. Looking at the unfamiliar number on it, she hesitated for a moment and dialed it. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Qi Group in the capital, "President, are you really not going back this year?" The assistant wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses looked at Qi Li, who was standing in the office and looking at the world outside, and said to her carefully. At this time, in this huge building, only the lights in Qi Li's office were still on. The lights in the other departments, except for the door guards, had been turned off. Although Qi Li was usually cold, she was still very good to the employees in her company. She never owed them salary, and the monthly bonus would only be more and not less. During the New Year's holidays, there was almost no overtime in the unit. Even if there was overtime, the overtime pay given was the best in the industry. Every day, the company provided 2 meals, 1 lunch, and 1 dinner. The taste was quite good, and there was no charge. All of these were paid for by her. It could be said that the Qi Group was very popular in the country. It was precisely because of this that Qi Li's position in the hearts of these employees had always been very high. This year, the company had already been on holiday yesterday. Some people who were far away from home and wanted to go home were even let go in advance. Such a boss was really rare in the industry. However, just as everyone was preparing to go home for the new year, Qi Li was still in this cold building. I want to go back, but how can I go back? After I go back, what should I say if my mother asks about me and Jiang Hai? Instead of being unable to face it, it's better to stay in the capital with the excuse of being busy with work. With a sigh, Qi Li looked at the heavy traffic downstairs, which gave her a bigger headache. To be honest, she wanted to go home very much. She missed her mother, her younger sister, and her second younger sister. She didn't know whether she would come back this year or not, that damned Jiang Hai. If you ask me, boss, you should just divorce him directly. This way, you can have an easier life. Hearing Qi Li's words, the assistant remembered the divorce agreement that was still hidden in Qi Li's desk. Ever since she took back the divorce agreement, Qi Li had not signed it. She didn't say that she didn't want to sign it. She had been putting it on hold. But if she kept putting it on hold, when would it come to an end? Divorce? Maybe. Hearing the assistant's words, Qi Li's eyes went blank again as she murmured softly. Just as her voice fell, a pleasant ringtone sounded beside her. This stunned Qi Li because this was her personal phone. Not many people knew this number. She casually glanced at it and found that she was not very familiar with this number. However, since she knew this number, it should be an acquaintance, so she picked it up. Hello, is this Qi Li? It's me. Listening to the voice on the phone, Qi Li first tried to recall who the owner of this voice was. Then she put on a faint smile and said to the other side of the phone. Oh, it's the class monitor. What's the matter? Chi didn't know much about the class monitor, so her voice was very polite. It's like this. We have a class reunion today. I sent you a text message a few days ago, but you didn't reply. You should be very busy. Well, I saw Jiang Hai today. He also came to the class reunion, but when he left with Feng Yunqin, a female classmate from our junior high school. I'm not saying this to provoke your relationship or anything like that. I just feel sorry for you if I don't tell you something. By the way, are you in Bing City now? Hearing Chi Li's voice, the class monitor began to talk non-stop. Pregnant women had a lot of things to do, and obviously this guy had a lot of things to do. At first, Chi Li was not interested in the class reunion at all. She saw the text message, but she didn't reply. Because as Jiang Hai said, first, she didn't want to pretend to be a fool, second, she didn't want to sleep with someone else, and third, she didn't need to expand her network. Why would she go there? So she hesitated for a moment, and was about to interrupt the class monitor and hang up the phone. But just when she was about to say something, the class monitor mentioned Jiang Hai's name. As soon as she heard these two words, Chi Li's originally somewhat lazy eyes instantly became fierce. Especially when she heard that Jiang Hai left with another woman, her eyes shone with a cold light. Thank you, class monitor. I'm not in Bing City now. Okay, I got it. I will talk to him. Sorry to trouble you. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chi Li hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. This was the first time she heard news about Jiang Hai since the last time she spoke to him. But obviously, this was not good news. Help me prepare the earliest flight to Bing City. I want to go back now. Lu Li tightened her grip on the phone in her hand. She turned her head and looked at her assistant with a serious expression. Hearing Chi Li's words, the assistant was a little confused. However, her reaction was not slow. She immediately made a call, but the news she received was not very good. There are no more flights for today. We are only left with the 6:30 a.m. flight tomorrow. It will arrive at Bing City around 8:30 a.m. Then let's take that flight. We will go to the airport hotel now. Chi Li helplessly sighed when she heard the assistant's words. Okay, I have booked all the flights. But boss, why are you suddenly going back? Are you going back for the new year? The assistant kept her phone and asked Chi Li curiously. She remembered that Chi Li was not willing to go back just a while ago. No, we are going back to catch the adulterers. Chapter 175. Clang. With a sound, Jiang Hai's body unconsciously fell on the sofa, and the person who pushed him down was no one else but Feng Yunqin, who came back with him. But at this time, Feng Yunqin's face was a little red, and her originally beautiful face was also unusually coquettish at this time. Feng Yunqin's face was a little red, and her originally beautiful face was also unusually coquettish at this time. When they were in the restaurant, Feng Yunqin said that she wanted to go to Jiang Hai's house to eat. Since Jiang Hai did not refuse, it was impossible for him to go back to eat instant noodles like Feng Yunqin said. After Jiang Hai's taxi arrived downstairs, he found that the small restaurant near his home was still open, so he packed some food to go back to eat. As for Feng Yunqin, she went out for a walk when Jiang Hai went to buy food. When she came back, she was already carrying a beer and 2 bottles of red wine in her hand. Although it was not a good thing, since she bought it, Jiang Hai would just drink it. However, he only drank half of it, and Feng Yunqin had already made her move. She deliberately sat next to Jiang Hai. While drinking, she pulled her coat. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hai was stunned again. He wanted to stand up, but Feng Yunqin stood up first and pushed him heavily onto the sofa. Then, she slowly pulled up her clothes. Cough, you also finished eating. Otherwise, I will take you home first. Looking at Feng Yunshan in front of him, Jiang Hai didn't know where to put his eyes. He coughed and tried to stop it. How is it, Jiang Hai? Are you excited? However, looking at Jiang Hai's innocent look, Feng Yunshan's clothes were almost taken off. Feng Yunshan had a figure that was very impressive for a northeastern girl. She was extremely tall, 172 meters tall. In addition to her occupation, her figure was very good. Originally, it was not visible under the thick winter clothes. Now, as she took off her sweater and trousers, her white and delicate skin and proud curves were displayed in front of Jiang Hai. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, she did not answer, but deliberately leaned down. For Asians, the existence of a pair of king weapons constantly attacked Jiang Hai's visual nerves. Cough, 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 cough. This is not very good. Don't you have a boyfriend? Hearing her words, Jiang Hai's eyes evaded her gaze even more. With a red face, he whispered. Sigh, my boyfriend, let's not talk about it. When he was young, he was crazy in that aspect. He was already not good in that aspect, but he still wanted me to be his mistress. Other than money, he couldn't give me anything. In fact, I also understand that when he looked for me, it was nothing more than for me to support him when he went out, but I was destined to be unpresentable, wasn't I? Just like now, during the new year, he will still choose to go home, and I will always be the person who is lonely outside. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yunshan gently bit her lips. Jiang Hai felt that she was speaking the truth. Then, she sat down on Jiang Hai's lap. That proud existence was almost in front of Jiang Hai. The pink lace clothes made that existence looming and extremely tempting. Feeling the triple influence of sight, touch, and smell, Jiang Hai kept swallowing his saliva. Why are you talking about him at this time? Are you not tempted by me at all? Tilting her head, Feng Yunshan whispered in Jiang Hai's ear. This is more like it. After all, I can't even give you money. Swallowing another mouthful of saliva, Jiang Hai whispered. I don't need your money. Let's not talk about this. How is my body? A little impulsive. As she spoke, Feng Yunshan leaned over. That pair of eyes that were like autumn waves kept glancing at Jiang Hai. This kind of words. Looking at the temptation in front of him, Jiang Hai didn't know what to say. Hey, you don't have to say it. You have already told me here. Seeing that Jiang Hai was still hesitating, Feng Yunshan had already slid down Jiang Hai's body. She gently stopped at the place where she needed to stop. She had already felt Jiang Hai's intentions. She didn't give Jiang Hai a chance to resist at all. She had already completely taken off Jiang Hai's pants. Seeing Jiang Hai's reaction, Feng Yunshan's face was very red. She didn't know if it was because she drank too much or because she was shy. I'm turning off the lights. Looking at Jiang Hai's completely stiff body, Feng Yunshan whispered while blowing in Jiang Hai's ear. After she finished speaking, she deliberately used her tongue to lick Jiang Hai's ear. Before Jiang Hai could react, she had already stood up, quickly turned off the lights in the living room, and then walked back to Jiang Hai's side. As her body leaned down, three indescribable things came to mind. An hour later, when the sound of the bed hitting the wall finally disappeared, Jiang Hai hugged Feng Yunshan's body and looked at the ceiling of his house weakly. There was some hesitation in his eyes. Someone said that men were actually the most hesitant, tangled, and contradictory creatures in the world. When they were asking for seeds, they were like dogs. After masturbating, they despised people for being ugly. Men always didn't like to think rationally at some critical moments. As the saying goes, you were a pervert before, and after that, you were a saint. Now, Jiang Hai also had this feeling. In the beginning, something happened between him, Maggie, and that unknown girl, but perhaps because the two of them weren't familiar with each other, Jiang Hai didn't feel any guilt in his heart. Instead, he quickly forgot about the two of them. But Feng Yunqin was different. She was his classmate. Moreover, taking a step back and seriously calculating it, regardless of whether she was the original wife or little alkali, she was someone who was taken. Wasn't it a little inappropriate for him to do this? Inappropriate. It was fine to do it with some women he wasn't familiar with, but this was his classmate. If he did it, it seemed a little inhumane. What's wrong? Why are you showing such a complicated expression? Under the moonlight, Feng Yunqin, whose body was covered with fine beads of sweat, arched in Jiang Hai's arms. After getting into a comfortable position, she squinted her eyes and whispered in Jiang Hai's ear. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment, and then reacted. Although he couldn't do things like pulling out a bird ruthlessly, he hesitated for a moment and decided to tell the truth. Oh, I'm thinking, is it not good for us to do this? After all, don't think so much, and don't have any burden. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also looked at the woman beside him under the moonlight. Just like when you first did it, think about it and feel that you have become a little impulsive. You have to deal with that impulse. Just like if there was no woman by your side, you would deal with it yourself. It's just that now, I have become your hand. Feng Yunqin took Jiang Hai's big hand and gently pressed her left hand on Jiang Hai's right hand. Is it? Looking at Feng Yunqin's pretty face, Jiang Hai didn't know what to say at this time. Don't worry too much about this kind of thing. If you are so nervous, you may be exposed one day. Feng Yunqin said with a chuckle after kissing Jiang Hai's face gently. Feeling what Feng Yunqin said, Jiang Hai really didn't know how to express it this time. He could only turn his body and hug the girl in front of him like hugging a pillow. He leaned his head against her head and slowly fell asleep. As for Feng Yunqin, she also raised her head and glanced at Jiang Hai's face, which was not handsome. Perhaps in the beginning, she approached Jiang Hai because she took a fancy to the financial resources behind Jiang Hai, but at this time, she only felt that she was a woman. Thinking about it, for so many years, she hadn't had a good sleep for a long time. But in Jiang Hai's arms, she felt very at ease. As the breathing gradually calmed down, the two also fell asleep one after another. This night, Jiang Hai also slept very comfortably. But early the next morning, Jiang Hai was awakened by the tossing. He opened his eyes in a daze and found that Feng Yunqin was kneeling on the bed and constantly busy. Feeling that Jiang Hai moved, she also raised her head and looked at Jiang Hai. What are you doing so early in the morning? Picking up the phone, Jiang Hai glanced at it. It was just 9:00 in the morning. Last night, they finished dinner after 10 o'clock. It was 11:00 when they went home. When they started doing that, it was almost 1 o'clock. When they fell asleep, it was already about 3:00. Even if Jiang Hai's physical fitness was good, after falling asleep, 6 hours of sleep was obviously not enough for him to get up on his own. Besides, today was New Year's Eve, it was a bit too early. This is called morning chew. I learned it from a sister. I haven't used it yet. You are the first one. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Feng Yunqin also raised her head and smiled sweetly at Jiang Hai. So I'm honored. Patting his forehead, Jiang Hai said with a chuckle. Of course, you don't move. Enjoy it. Patting Jiang Hai's thigh, Feng Yunqin also lay down this time. Ding 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 ding. Just as Jiang Hai was feeling the morning service that he had never felt before, the doorbell of his house rang quickly. Listening to the harsh doorbell, Jiang Hai was shocked, and Feng Yunqin was also shocked. Who is it? Scratching his head, Jiang Hai hasn't been home for several months. Who is it? Coming up and ringing the doorbell like this during the new year. Signaling Feng Yunshin not to worry, Jiang Hai stood up first. After putting on his sweater and pants, he opened the door. When Jiang Hai opened the door, a pretty face came into Jiang Hai's eyes. Their eyes met, and time stopped at this moment. Chapter 176. It's you. The two people, separated by a door frame, looked at each other for about 10 seconds. Jiang Hai slowly said a sentence, and it was precisely because of Jiang Hai's words that the person outside the door woke up. It's me. The person outside the door straightened her clothes, coughed softly, and looked into the room. Listening to this soft and stubborn female voice, Jiang Hai laughed at himself. How did she find this place? Jiang Hai, who is it? Just as the two people looked at each other but had nothing to say, Feng Yunshin, who was in the room, also came out wrapped in a blanket. Bing City was located in the northernmost part of Huaxia. Naturally, there was heating. No matter how low the temperature outside was, the temperature in the room was always 26 degrees above zero, so it was not cold to wrap a blanket. When she saw the woman standing at the door, her sixth sense told her that this woman might not be easy to deal with. When the woman saw her, a murderous look flashed in her eyes, but she suppressed it instantly. Oh, it's nothing. You go back to the house first. What's the matter? President Qi. Feeling the two women's eyes cross fire more than 10 times in mid-air, Jiang Hai immediately spoke. After sending Feng Yunshin into the house, Jiang Hai also looked at the woman outside the door and said, yes, this woman was none other than Jiang Hai's nominal wife, ex-wife, Qi Li. Today, Qi Li was obviously not in a good mood and state. It was understandable. Although the company was on the right track, recently her mother had been asking her to go home for the new year, but she did not know how to explain to her mother. At the same time, after learning the news that Jiang Hai was back last night, she almost did not sleep that night. She caught the earliest flight back to Bing City this morning. After getting off the plane, she went to Jiang Hai's house. It would be strange if she was in a good mood. If one looked carefully, they would find that this woman's eyes were bloodshot. I'll give you 10 minutes. I'll wait for you in the car downstairs. After taking a deep breath, Qi Li suppressed the nameless fire in her heart, then looked at Jiang Hai and said word by word. She then turned around and went downstairs. Psycho. Looking at Qi Li's leaving figure, Jiang Hai couldn't help but whisper. Originally, he didn't want to talk to her, but after considering that they really should have a face-to-face talk, Jiang Hai shook his head and let her go. Jiang Hai, that was. At this moment, Feng Yunshin, who heard the sound of the door closing, also poked her small head out of the room and asked Jiang Hai curiously. Oh, my ex-wife. Sigh, I don't know what to say. Why don't you wait for me? I'll go down first. Looking at the girl who slept with him last night, Jiang Hai really didn't know how to explain. Oh, it's okay. You do your thing. I should go home too. I didn't go back last night. My mom called me several times. Feng Yunshin smiled and stuck out her tongue. Then she didn't mind Jiang Hai's gaze and changed her clothes in the room. It was late last night. Although there were lights, Jiang Hai still didn't see Feng Yunshin's figure clearly. Now that he saw it, Jiang Hai couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart. Feng Yunshin's figure was really great. She had a height of 1.72 meters, long curly hair, and exquisite facial features that had already been introduced, which formed the most eye-catching face. Her figure was even better. Perhaps it was because she had been training all year round, but there were some faint lines of muscle on her body. However, it didn't look very manly. Instead, it added a kind of heroic spirit. Her extremely long legs, coupled with her charming buttocks, a waist without a trace of fat, and an E-grade upper body, were all sharp weapons that attracted the attention of men. My figure is not so easy to build. Although my face has been injected, this figure is trained bit by bit. It's pretty good. Feeling Jiang Hai's burning gaze, Feng Yunqin said heartily. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but withdraw his gaze and quickly put on his clothes. However, it would take a lot of time for a woman to clean up. After Jiang Hai put on his clothes, she still spent more than 10 minutes to put on her clothes. This was still under the condition that she didn't put on makeup. When Jiang Hai and Feng Yunqin went downstairs, it was already 20 minutes later. Just downstairs, Jiang Hai saw a Bentley Mulsanne parked in the distance. Jiang Hai was very familiar with this car. It was Feng Yunqin's car. When they got married, this car was used as the wedding car. However, Jiang Hai didn't rush forward. Instead, he went to the roadside first. After helping Feng Yunqin get a taxi, he came to the back of the car and gently knocked on the window. Get in the car. The window slowly rolled down, revealing Qi Li's iceberg-like pretty face. She said coldly to Jiang Hai. Forget about getting in the car. If you have something to say, just say it. I have to see my parents. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai rejected Qi Li's words and said with a serious face. To be honest, Jiang Hai really didn't want to have anything to do with this woman. I'll go with you. If you are a man, get in the car. Don't be so wishy-washy. Hearing that Jiang Hai rejected her words again, Qi Li's eyes were wide, and she said with a heroic face. Feeling Qi Li's aura, Jiang Hai's mouth twitched disdainfully. You didn't go when my mother was gone. Why are you talking about going now? If there is nothing else, I will leave. Jiang Hai shook his head. Although he didn't care about other women, at least he wouldn't be so tough. But he really couldn't be soft-hearted to Qi Li. I want to talk to you about our marriage. Get in the car. Seeing that Jiang Hai finished speaking and turned to leave, Qi Li was also a little anxious. She immediately opened the car door and said loudly to Jiang Hai. Hearing that she finally got to the main topic, Jiang Hai's footsteps paused, then he nodded and walked to the other side of the car and sat in the back seat. When Qi Li saw Jiang Hai get in the car, although she was a little unhappy, she also sat back. Master, please cremate her. After the car door was closed, Jiang Hai patted the driver sitting in the driver's seat and said to him. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, the driver looked at Qi Li's assistant in the passenger seat. He couldn't make the decision. Listen to him. Let's go. At this time, Qi Li, who was sitting steadily, also said to the person in front. After hearing Qi Li's words, the car slowly started and drove to the crematorium. If you have something to say, just say it. The car sped slowly on the road, and the atmosphere in the car was a little awkward. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai decided to start the conversation. After all, he was a man, so he thought that he should start the conversation first. This year, I hope that you can accompany me home. Hearing that Jiang Hai finally spoke, Qi Li also looked out of the window and said coldly. She really didn't know how to face Jiang Hai now, so she could only look outside. President Qi, I think you may be disappointed. We are divorced, aren't we? Glancing at Qi Li sitting next to him, Jiang Hai scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said to Qi Li, as long as my signature is not on that paper, then we are not divorced. You are my legal husband. Even if you go all over the world, you can't change that. Hearing Jiang Hai mention the divorce agreement, Qi Li's words were cold. Oh, do you think I still don't understand the law? How long have we been married? How long have we been separated? Did anything happen between us? I think you know as well as I do. The reason why I applied for a divorce and gave you an agreement is to save your face. Let's part on good terms. Well, we didn't get together at all, so it's better to part on good terms. If you make up your mind not to sign, then I will go to the court to apply for a divorce. I don't think it will be very troublesome. Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed. When he needed help the most, he was not threatened by others, let alone now. Yes, you can apply for a divorce at any time, but don't forget that after the divorce is confirmed, you will give me half of your property in Boston. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li's voice seemed to ease a little, and she said slowly. My money, why should I give it to you? Does it have anything to do with you? If I give you the things in Boston, you should also give me half of your money. Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai frowned and said loudly. Winthrop's Manor is Jiang Hai's lifeblood, and now no one knows the value of the manor better than he does. Not to mention anything else, the cow alone is worth more than $1 billion. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not be willing to give half of the money to Qi Li. Oh, you still say you understand the law? Are you sure? Your manor in Boston was bought by you when our marriage was still going on, which is our common property. My shares were inherited from my father, and my father died before we got married. When I inherited the property, it was also before we got married. That is to say, my money is premarital property, and your manor is postmarital property. No matter where you go to sue, as long as we don't divorce by agreement, half of your manor is mine. Maybe she was stimulated by Jiang Hai's words. Qi Li also turned over with red eyes, staring at Jiang Hai and explaining the law to him word by word. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai licked his lips. He didn't know whether Qi Li was telling the truth or not, but he vaguely felt that she didn't deceive him. Even if he didn't get half, even if he got 1/10, Jiang Hai would still feel distressed. Looking at Jiang Hai's speechless look, Qi Li felt refreshed for no reason. She felt that since she learned that Jiang Hai ran away a few months ago, she was always angry when facing Jiang Hai. Now that she had won back one round, her heart was really relaxed for no reason. Looking at Jiang Hai's speechless look, she smiled. Chapter 177. Do you understand now? Whether we divorce or not, it's up to me, not you. Gently knocking on the handle of the car, Qi Li's originally ice-cold face showed a smile, and then she said softly to Jiang Hai. Then you're not going to sign it? Lowering his head, Jiang Hai didn't know what to say now. If he really had to give up half of the manor to divorce, then he could grit his teeth and sign it. If he didn't sign it now, then he would be in trouble. No, I can sign it. I'm not interested in your manor in Boston, but I have a request. Seeing that Jiang Hai seemed to have made up his mind, Qi Li smiled. She had a firm grasp of Jiang Hai's mentality. Although the two were the same age, in terms of social experience and negotiation skills, Jiang Hai was dozens of streets behind Qi Li. From the beginning, she knew that Jiang Hai wanted to take the initiative. In this case, she needed to be heavy-handed. Sure enough, with a few words, she suppressed Jiang Hai's original anger. At this time, with Jiang Hai's stubborn temper, it was estimated that the fish would die and the net would break. Qi Li came to find Jiang Hai, first, not to break her own net, and second, not to catch a dead fish. After testing Jiang Hai's bottom line, she wanted to give Jiang Hai hope, a sweet date. Sure enough, when Qi Li's voice fell, Jiang Hai's eyes were once again filled with hope as he looked at her. I want you to go to my house for the new year tonight. After the new year, I will consider signing it. Looking at Jiang Hai's eyes, Qi Li's heart was filled with loneliness and helplessness. She really didn't want to play such tricks on the person who was nominally the closest to her. But it seemed that if she didn't play these tricks, she and Jiang Hai would have to completely break off contact with each other. Whether it was because of her mother or because of other reasons, she couldn't break off with Jiang Hai now. Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai looked at her doubtfully. Are you serious? Of course, although I, Qi Li, am not a man, when have I not taken my words seriously? Seeing Jiang Hai's hopeful eyes, Qi Li nodded seriously, but her eyes were always a little evasive. Okay, I'll believe you. However, Jiang Hai didn't notice her gaze, but patted his leg. As long as he could completely get rid of this woman's shadow, he didn't mind going again. Anyway, it was just a social event. Okay, then let's go burn paper first. Seeing that Jiang Hai agreed, Qi Li also nodded and sat in her seat without saying anything. Jiang Hai was still in a state of excitement. He was finally going to get a divorce. Well, other people were very excited when they got married, but Jiang Hai was obviously different from the ordinary other people. The car drove very fast, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the crematorium. Jiang Hai deliberately stopped the car first, bought a lot of paper money and blood, and went to his parents' place. Although the grave couldn't be moved because it hadn't been 3 years, Jiang Hai specially gave some money to the people in charge of cleaning here when he came back last time and asked them to help take care of the ashes. Now that he had come over to take a look, it was true that these people had taken good care of them. There was not a single speck of ash on the urn or the table. This made Jiang Hai very satisfied. Then he lit incense for his parents and sat there, whispering some small talk. At least Qi Li, as she had said, also came over. Although she did not speak, she also stood there quietly. Looking at the photo of Jiang Hai's parents, she also remembered a long time ago when she was young. She remembered the braised pork that Jiang Hai's mother made. She remembered how Jiang Hai fought with other boys in school because of her. She remembered how Jiang Hai wanted to borrow her homework to copy. She remembered how shocked Jiang Hai was when he found out that she was leaving. She suddenly realized that her relationship with Jiang Hai had been intertwined for more than 10 years, but she didn't know when it started, but they gradually drifted apart. When her mother mentioned that she wanted to marry Jiang Hai, the only other feeling she had for Jiang Hai other than disgust was a boy she knew when she was young. That was all. Those scenes, those stories, they were all hidden in the depths of his memories. Now that she and Jiang Hai were like this, she didn't know if she should blame Jiang Hai or blame herself. If she had accepted her fate at that time, if she had treated their relationship seriously, if she hadn't left Bing City, but it was meaningless to talk about these now, because things had already happened. She had to find a way to change things for the better. After sitting there for about half an hour, Jiang Hai stood up. Then he took the paper money, ingots, and banknotes he bought for his parents to the stove at the back. This time, Jiang Hai didn't ask Qi Li to help. She didn't know how to help even if he asked her. Jiang Hai burned all these things himself. With the fire burning brightly, Jiang Hai and Qi Li left. Let's go now, Jiang Hai said to Qi Li as he patted the dust off his body and got into the car. Go. Where are we going? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li, who hadn't said a word, crossed her long legs in the car and looked outside quietly. Didn't you say you were going to see your mother? Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai was stunned. He didn't need to go. Then he was quite willing. Qi Li rolled her eyes at Jiang Hai. She pointed at the clothes he was wearing and said with an unhappy face, "You're going to wear this? Damn, it's a brand, Archaeopteryx. This is not cheaper than a suit. At least, it's not cheaper than those white-collar suits in your company." Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai was anxious. Why were people always talking about his clothes? This has nothing to do with whether it's cheap or expensive. Wearing a suit at my house is a form of respect for my mother. Moreover, is Archaeopteryx really expensive? With your current net worth, you still have the nerve to say this? Other than your watch, that's not bad. I don't see what's good about it. She pointed at the watch on Jiang Hai's wrist. Okay, this watch did help Jiang Hai gain a lot of attention. Yo, an expert. Do you want me to treat you to my homemade shredded fried noodles? Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai smiled. I'm not in the mood to chat with you. Change. Rolling her eyes at Jiang Hai, Qi Li said unhappily. Then I'll go back and change into sportswear. I only brought 3 sets of clothes. When he heard Qi Li say that his clothes were not good, Jiang Hai grinned. He hated wearing suits the most. It had nothing to do with whether it was cheap or expensive. His coat, the one made of mountain lion skin, cost more than $6,000, which was equivalent to more than $40,000. Although it was not comparable to top brands such as Burberry, it was still better than the average luxury brand. After all, it was worth a lot of money. You win. Let's go and buy it directly. Looking at Jiang Hai's nonchalant expression, Qi Li took a deep breath. This Jiang Hai was really shameless. But she had no choice. She could only tell the driver in front that today, not only her and her mother, but also her second uncle and his family. So, Jiang Hai couldn't go today. Even if he wanted to go, he couldn't embarrass her. To her, spending tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands to buy a suit for Jiang Hai was not a big deal. Although Jiang Hai might not be willing to spend so much money. The driver was very familiar with Bing City's roads. In Bing City, there were 2 places that sold luxury goods. One was Mikhail, and the other was Zhuozhan. This time, they went straight to the latter. After they arrived, Jiang Hai became a model and walked around with Qi Li. Originally, Qi Li didn't know much about Jiang Hai's body. After all, she had never seen Jiang Hai's body before. But today, she found out that Jiang Hai's body was really good. She wondered if he had always been like this or had changed recently. After walking around for more than an hour, when both of them came out, Jiang Hai had changed into a new suit. As Jiang Hai would rather die than wear a suit, Qi Li chose a Versace suit for him. It was a knitted sweater inside and a sweater outside. It looked very casual, but Jiang Hai felt that it was quite tight. His belt, pants, and even shoes were changed. As Jiang Hai would rather die than wear leather shoes, he felt that wearing leather shoes was too uncomfortable. In the end, he changed into a pair of casual shoes. But he did not let Jiang Hai wear his hiking shoes. Can we go now? Jiang Hai loosened his collar. He felt uncomfortable wearing this kind of slim-fit suit. Qi Li looked at Jiang Hai casually. She was still not satisfied with what Jiang Hai was wearing. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. But Jiang Hai had been wearing casual clothes for too long, and he had a wild aura. Compared to those successful people, he was already out of place. Luckily, he was not wearing a suit. If not, he would feel even more uncomfortable. Not now. We still need to buy some New Year's gifts for my mother, like food and necessities. I don't know about necessities. But if it's food, follow me. Thinking for a moment, since he wanted to give a gift, the best thing to eat was naturally the beef from Jiang Hai's manor. He had sent a lot of it to Bingqing. Now, he only needed to go to Fu Yuan's house to get it. Although she was curious why Jiang Hai didn't need to eat, Qi Li didn't directly refuse this time. She vaguely guessed that Jiang Hai probably wanted to give her the beef from his manor. Even if the beef wasn't very good, her mother would still be very happy. Then the 2 of them got in the car again and went to Jiangbei Fu Yuan's house. When they knocked on the door of Fu Yuan's house, Fu Yuan had just woken up. When he saw Jiang Hai, he started to talk nonsense. "Oh, brother, you are still awake. Did that little vixen, cough, sister-in-law is also here." When he saw Qili walking in with Jiang Hai, the smile on his face froze. "All right, stop talking nonsense. Where's the beef? I want to send some to Qili's mother." Seeing Fu Yuan's awkward expression, Jiang Hai smiled and said to him. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan immediately brought Jiang Hai to his fridge. Although the best way to keep this kind of beef was to be cold, if the conditions did not allow, it could be frozen. Although it would lose some of its texture, it would still taste good. Jiang Hai was very confident in his beef. He casually chose 2 pieces of Tianjin beef and left. After leaving Fu Yuan's house, both of them got into the car and headed to their destination. Chapter 178. Ding dong. Along with the ringing of the doorbell, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard from the villa. As the door opened, a young girl dressed in maid attire poked her head out. When she saw the 2 people outside the door, her eyes couldn't help but widen, her face full of disbelief. "What's wrong, Xiao Yi? Don't you recognize me?" Looking at the girl's surprised look, Qili, who was outside the door, revealed a rare smile and said to the girl inside the door. Hearing Qili's words, the girl suddenly shouted. "Miss, son-in-law, come in. Madam, Miss and son-in-law are back." After hurriedly letting Jiang Hai and Qili into the house, she ran into the house and shouted loudly. Hearing the girl's shout, Jiang Hai also chuckled. For this Xiao Yi, Jiang Hai had seen her several times. Speaking of this child, she was also a pitiful person. She was 4 years younger than Jiang Hai and was 23 years old this year. Her father was also an old employee of Qili's father's company. His surname was Sheng. When he just started the company, it was not stable. So all year round, they worked hard in the capital. It was not easy for them to come back during the new year, so they must take the child out to play. When Xiao Yi was 12 years old, her family went out to play. As a result, they had an accident on the highway. Her parents died on the spot. Although she did not suffer any injuries, she was still scared. Since then, there were some problems with her brain. Because Qili's father pitied the child, he took her back home and raised her with his younger daughter. They had always treated her as their own daughter, but Xiao Yi did not think so. She always thought that she owed Qili's family a lot of things, so after she turned 19, she stopped going to school because she knew that she wouldn't be able to learn anything. Instead of wasting the family's money, she might as well focus on being a servant at home and fight to do all the chores. Although she didn't do well at first, her personality was extremely stubborn. Qili's family had told her many times, and they didn't want her to work, but she was determined to do so. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. Everyone in the family had gotten used to the way she dressed. However, if anyone dared to treat her as a real servant, that person would be in trouble. Because to Qili and the others, Xiao Yi would always be their third sister. Jiang Hai had seen Xiao Ma several times, but not when he was a child, but when he grew up. After all, he was going to marry Qili, so he must have come here many times. He also approved of Xiao Ma from the bottom of his heart. Under the guidance of the other servants, Jiang Hai first changed into slippers and then walked into the room with the meat. As soon as he walked in, he saw 4 people sitting in the living room. There were 2 men and 2 women, 2 old men and 2 young men. The 2 old men were sitting on the sofa, while the 2 young men were a man and a woman. The man was sitting on a sofa not far away, playing with his phone. As for the woman, she was sitting beside him. She looked at the man with the corner of her eyes, and then looked at Qili and Jiang Hai who came in. As for Chi Li's mother, after hearing the sound, she had already stood up from the sofa and welcomed them with a happy face. You know, usually, she might not see her eldest daughter more than a few times a year. As for her son-in-law, she almost never saw him. Especially in the past 6 months, it seemed that Jiang Hai did not come even once. "Ah, Mom, Happy New Year." When he saw Chi Li's mother, Jiang Hai subconsciously wanted to call her aunt, but as soon as the word, "ah," came out, he was kicked by Chi Li who was next to him. Jiang Hai also knew that he had to put on a show, so he shouted awkwardly. But when he heard this, the man who was playing games there couldn't help but laugh disdainfully. "What? You don't even know how to call your mother, Mom, when did you become a Tartar?" Casually putting away his mobile phone, the man said with a look of contempt. Hearing his words, the faces of Chi Li and Chi Li's mother changed. As for the two middle-aged men on the other side, they just smiled and said nothing. It could be seen that in Chi Li's family, they were also not very optimistic about Jiang Hai. If it was half a year ago, maybe Jiang Hai would endure it, but now, it was impossible for him to endure it. "Hey, Mom, when did we have guests in our house? It's New Year's Eve, why don't you stay at home and enjoy the new year? How can you visit us on New Year's Eve? You are really ignorant." Hearing this guy's words, Jiang Hai didn't even care about them, but directly said to Chi Li's mother. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Chi Li couldn't help but look at Jiang Hai, but she didn't say anything. As for Chi Li's mother, she also looked at the person who she had watched grow up from childhood. This guy really dares to say anything. What are you talking about? Who is an outsider? When the four people here heard Jiang Hai's words, their faces immediately changed. When the woman's son was talking about Jiang Hai, she pretended not to hear it, but now that Jiang Hai retorted, she was the first to stand up. "Auntie, what's your surname?" Hearing this woman's words, Jiang Hai retorted without saying anything. "You." When she heard Jiang Hai say her surname, the woman couldn't help but be speechless, because she was also an outsider. "Okay, why are you guys quarreling on New Year's Eve? It's not easy for Shaoli and Jiang Hai to come back. Hurry up and sit down." At this time, the man also put on a stern face and said to the people in front of him with a serious face. Hearing his words, the few people around him didn't move. As for Jiang Hai, he curled his lips. "You said not to quarrel, and you said not to quarrel. Who do you think you are? Just now, when your wife and son were shouting, why didn't they see you shouting? You had the upper hand, so why are you quarreling? Shame on you." Just as he was about to talk back, he was pulled by Chi Li, and Jiang Hai temporarily closed his mouth. Jiang Hai had seen this family a few times. The man was called Chi Yuanlong, Chi Li's second uncle, and also her father's biological brother. However, compared to Chi Li's father, this guy couldn't do anything and didn't leave anything behind. If he didn't have the company's shares and dividends every year, he might have starved to death if he was allowed to indulge in debauchery. The woman next to him was called Zhang Yu, a third-tier celebrity who was 10 years younger than him. She was raped 10 years ago and only became a full-time employee 6 years ago. The young man next to him was called Qi Jingtao, Qi Yuanlong's son. He was 23 years old this year and was also a playboy who indulged in debauchery. His biggest wish was to inherit the company, and he was the kind of person who was more ambitious than the sky. When Chi Li's father was still alive, he had let him enter the company, but no matter what he did, he was muddle-headed. Later, in order to prevent him from destroying the company, he gave him some money to start a business, but the result was even worse. He lost money no matter what he did, and was extremely incompetent. However, he still insisted that he was quite good, and that he was just unlucky. If he increased the investment in him, he would definitely succeed. For such a person, Jiang Hai could only laugh. As for the woman next to Qi Jingtao, her name was Lu Si, and she could be considered his fiancée. She was the daughter of the general manager of a subsidiary company of the Qi Group. She was a very good girl, beautiful and knowledgeable, but it seemed like a fresh flower inserted in cow dung. Come. Sit down. You haven't been here for a long time. In order to avoid the awkwardness, Qi Li's mother held Jiang Hai's hand and walked to the sofa with a smile. As she walked, she complained to Jiang Hai. That's right. It's not easy for your mother to stay here alone. Qi Li still has work to do in the capital, and you have nothing to do in Bing City. Why don't you come here every few days to visit? It's not right of you to do this. Hearing Qi Li's mother's words, Qi Yuanlong took a sip of the tea in front of him and said slowly to Jiang Hai. He had the demeanor of an elder. Mom, I haven't been in China recently. I went abroad and bought a manor. This is the meat of the cattle raised in my manor. I brought some over for you to try. Hearing this person's words, Jiang Hai didn't even pay attention to her. Instead, he continued to smile and said to Qi Li's mother. At the same time, he also handed over the beef in his hand. Oh, you don't want to live in the city and go to the countryside to raise cattle? Why raise cattle? Water buffaloes. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Jingtao, who had just been rebutted, sat up with a mocking expression and said to Jiang Hai. Don't talk about it like that. I don't think that people in the city are the same as people in the countryside. Whether it's the city or the countryside, they all rely on their own hands to make a living and support their families. It's better than those who live there every day. Glancing at Qi Jingtao, Jiang Hai said disdainfully. Qi Jingtao stood up immediately after hearing Jiang Hai's words. He thought that he was a talented, knowledgeable, and very capable person. What he hated the most was others mentioning something he didn't do. Especially when these words came from Jiang Hai, whom he had always looked down on, which made him even angrier. To put it bluntly, in their opinion, Jiang Hai was a person who married into the family. What right did he have to speak? Okay, stop talking. Second brother, it's good for young people to be hot-tempered, but this year is New Year's Eve. If you don't want to spend New Year's here, then go back. Seeing that Qi Jingtao was about to say something unpleasant, Qi Li's mother spoke at this time. As the head of the family, Qi Li's mother's words were extremely important. Moreover, she had always been very protective of Jiang Hai. Of course, this was also because of Qi Li's relationship. She immediately said to Qi Yuanlong's family with a cold face. Sister-in-law, it's a misunderstanding. Jingtao was just joking. Young people can't take it seriously. By the way, big brother should be here soon. Seeing that Qi Li's mother was serious, Qi Yuanlong immediately said with a smile and changed the topic. Chapter 179. Knock, knock, knock. Just when the atmosphere was getting awkward, someone knocked on the door from outside. After hearing the sound, Xiao Yi quickly walked out of the room and opened the door of the villa. Facing the cold wind, 3 people walked in from outside. One of them was older than Qi Li, and the other 2 were about the same age as Jiang Hai and Qi Li. However, the moment the 3 of them walked into the villa, Qi Li, who was eating oranges, and Qi Li's mother, who already had a very bad expression, instantly changed their expressions. Among them, Qi Li stood up immediately. What are you doing here? You're not welcome here. Get out. Qi Li pointed at one of the men who came in with a smile on his face. Without any courtesy, she pointed at him and reprimanded him. Hey, eldest niece, he's a guest. How can you be so rude? Hearing her words, the person walking at the front pulled a long face and said impatiently, "I'll say it again. You're not welcome here. Get out." However, Chi Li acted as if she didn't hear the man and continued to say, "Sister-in-law, is this how you treat your guests? After all, there are no men in your family. Chang Wu is my guest. If you chase him away, that means you're chasing me away too." Seeing that Lu Li didn't give him any face, the man's face turned a little ugly. He knew how stubborn his niece was. At this time, it was better to clear things up with Chi Li's mother. "My attitude is the same as Xiao Li's. Big brother, don't forget that our family's crisis has just passed. If you stand with our enemy now, we're not the ones who are in the wrong." Chi Li's mother stood up gently from the sofa. Her face was also ugly. The big brother they were talking about was originally called Chi Song. He could be considered Chi Li's grandfather. However, they weren't blood-related. Chi Song's father was Chi Li's grandfather's brother. They could be considered relatives from the previous generation. Logically speaking, since they had already separated from the family, Chi Song shouldn't be able to control Chi Li's family. However, in fact, this guy was the most scheming one. If he was really like Chi Yuanlong and his family were all good-for-nothings, it would be a good thing for Chi Li. Even if she had to use money to support them, it wouldn't matter as long as they didn't cause trouble for her. However, the bad thing was that this guy was quite capable. Chi Song was originally the first person in their family to do business. When Chi Li's father started his business, he had also followed this cousin. Although Chi Song's father's business, Chi didn't fail, although Chi Song's business, he didn't make any progress. This made him very unhappy. He always thought that everything in the Chi family should belong to him, not like now. "What do you mean by enemy? Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? I'm also very sad about what happened to Chi Li's father, but we all know that Chi Li's father died of a heart attack." "What does this have to do with Changwu? If you insist on blaming the Yin family, then it's in Sun and in Zhang Yong's business. What does this have to do with Changwu, who didn't take power at that time? Moreover, Changwu has been living a hard life these years. We all know about his relationship with Xiao Li. Is there anyone who cares more than him?" Hearing Chi Li's mother's words, Chi Song's face changed and he started to talk nonsense seriously. "Uncle, I'll call you uncle now, but don't take advantage of your seniority. Don't tell me that you don't know why my father suddenly had a heart attack. If it weren't for this guy, our family would still be reunited, and wouldn't be like this now." Hearing Chi Song's shameless words, Chi Li's face changed. She pointed at Chi Song and said seriously, "Sister, you're wrong. Your father originally had a heart attack. Besides, the failure of the acquisition was just an accident. Besides, didn't you also benefit from it? Now the Lu family is still in power in your family. Now that Changwu has the intention to come and apologize, although that matter has nothing to do with him, it's also a matter of attitude. We should be lenient whenever possible. It's easy to make enemies." This time, Changwu also came here with a cooperation plan. We might as well listen to it. Hearing Chi Li's words, Lu Song was a little embarrassed. "Taking advantage of your seniority. How could you say these words so casually?" While Chi Song's expression turned ugly, another person behind him stood up and said with a smile, "Don't worry." This person was called Chi Liangkai, Chi Song's son. He was 35 years old this year. Like Chi Song, he was very ambitious. Originally, when Chi Li's father died, his family had the highest voice to take over the Chi family. After all, Chi Li was a woman, and she was not old at that time. Unexpectedly, Chi Li's mother was decisive enough. Chi Li was directly married off to Jiang Hai. A married woman was obviously more trustworthy than an unmarried one, especially when the person she was marrying did not have any influence. Just like that, Chi Song's family said goodbye to their original throne. This made them very uneasy and unhappy. After more than a year of hard work, Chi Li seemed to be more and more stable in the company. It was said that wealth moved people's hearts. In order to control the company's lifeline, it seemed that they would not hesitate to cooperate with their enemies. Hearing Qi Liangcai's words, Qi Li and her mother's faces became very ugly. They were not politicians, but even politicians had a bottom line. Now, what did Qi Song mean? Cooperation. They were in a situation where they would not stop until one of them died. Who would cooperate with whom? Just when the mother and daughter were flushed because of anger and did not know what to say, a joking voice came from behind. Although the voice was not loud, it clearly entered everyone's ears. Hearing this voice, everyone looked back and naturally saw Jiang Hai sitting there at a glance. Hey, I always thought that my skin was thick enough, but I did not expect that there is someone in this world who is thicker than me. Qi Li, today I have learned something new. What do you mean, boy? Facing Qi Li, Qi Liangcai might take care of a little, but facing Jiang Hai, who was a good-for-nothing in their eyes, they were not so polite. Did I not make it clear enough? You are really shameless enough to bully an orphan and a widow. You have the face to do that, right? Cooperation. Cooperation, my ass. In this world, there are two kinds of hatred that cannot be resolved. The hatred of killing one's father and the hatred of stealing one's wife. You keep talking so much nonsense, but you can't erase the principle that my father-in-law died because of him. This hatred, unless our family members are all dead, will never be resolved. With a disdainful smile, Jiang Hai said slowly and fearfully. What qualifications do you have to say such things here? Don't forget your identity. Seeing Jiang Hai's sarcastic remarks, Qi Song's face became ugly. With a straight face, he shouted angrily at Jiang Hai. Who am I? I am Qi Li's husband now. This is my family. And you, who are you, uncle? I'm sorry. We seem to have separated. Our family's business has nothing to do with you. Qi's shareholders. Then our family is like this. If you don't want to hold our family's shares anymore, how much is your shares worth? I will buy them at a premium of 20%. Do you want to do it or not? Hearing Qi Song's words, Qi Li and Qi Li's mother needed to give face to these guys, but Jiang Hai did not need to. His main business was in Boston. It was a manor, and he played with hard currency. He only had 20,000 cows, and he had no plans to export them to China. And even if he did, these people could not order him around. Jiang Hai was very unyielding now. You! With a trembling right hand, Qi Song pointed at Jiang Hai in disbelief. Was this something that the guy who married into the family dared to say? He still remembered that when they first got married, Jiang Hai was trembling in fear when he saw them. He absolutely did not dare to say a word. What was the situation now? He was going to rebel. Uncle Qi, don't be angry. Jiang Hai, right? Let me introduce myself. I am Zhangwu, Qi Li's boyfriend. You just said that there are two kinds of hatred in this world that cannot be resolved. Then, does that mean that the hatred between us cannot be resolved? Seeing Lu Song being humiliated by Jiang Hai, even his son Qi Liangcai did not know what to say. After all, Jiang Hai's words were very unreasonable. He did not care about feelings or feelings. He did not care if you were unhappy or not. Anyway, he was not like this. If you were unhappy, you could sell your shares to him and get lost. That was all. Of course, they did not think that Jiang Hai had such strength, but Qi Li did. Therefore, at this time, the two of them did not know what to say. Looking at the awkward situation, Zhangwu walked out and looked at Jiang Hai with narrowed eyes. Yes, although I don't know which country you are from, Qi Li married me. It's that simple. I have to thank you for giving such a beautiful woman to me. She is beautiful, talented, and knows how to care for others. Our wedding night was... Ouch, why did you pinch me? Jiang Hai had heard about Zhangwu a long time ago, but he had never met him. Although he now wanted to get rid of Qi Li as soon as possible, he did not want to lose face. He wanted to anger this damn guy to death. However, before he could finish his sentence, Qi Li pinched him. If he continued, he would become the target of severe punishment. Ahem, you can imagine the rest yourself. Seeing Qi Li's face turn red due to embarrassment and anger, Jiang Hai also knew that it was not good to say too much. Therefore, he waved his hand and said to Zhangwu, whose face was already green. There was nothing better than being intimate with a man's beloved woman in front of his face. Of course, Jiang Hai was not a pervert. However, being able to make Zhangwu unhappy made him very happy. It seems that I came a little presumptuous today. Goodbye. Zhangwu gritted his teeth and forced out a few words. Then, he turned around and left the Qi family's house. As for Qi Song and Qi Liangkai, after looking at each other, they also left. As for Qi Wulong's family, looking at the current situation, they probably did not have the leisure to celebrate the new year and found an excuse to leave. Chapter 180. I didn't expect that Jiang Hai would dare to ruin our plan. Walking out of Qi Li's house, Qi Liangkai couldn't help but wave his fist. This time, they originally came to discuss Qi Li's house, but they didn't expect that they would be the ones being disgorged in the end. Liangkai, this Jiang Hai is just a clown. You don't need to worry too much. What I'm worried about now is whether it's Qi Li's idea for him to stand up now. Qi Song said slowly while stroking his chin. No matter whose idea this guy stood up for, we've formed a grudge. There's no explanation for this matter, so we'll have to trouble Uncle Qi in the future. Hearing Qi Song and his son's words, Zhangwu's eyes narrowed. He had put in a lot of effort to come here, but now it was ruined by Jiang Hai. It would be strange if he was willing to let it go. Of course, it's good for you and me to pull Qi Li down. The Qi Li group will belong to me, and Qi Li will belong to you. Everyone will be happy. Hearing Zhangwu's words, Qi Liangkai smiled and put his arm around Zhangwu's shoulder. Although Zhangwu's mouth was smiling, his eyes flashed a sharp light. The Qi family will belong to them. This was just an idea. Why do you say everything to others? When the two families left, Qi Li couldn't help but punch Jiang Hai's arm and said to Jiang Hai with a reproachful face. This guy didn't realize it before, so why did he talk so much? Ahem, can't I just say it? Am I not helping you? With an awkward smile, Jiang Hai whispered in a low voice. You. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li was even more embarrassed and angry. Looking at Jiang Hai and Qi Li's quarrel, Qi Li's mother smiled. Okay, stop fooling around. It's good that these two families left. I'm not happy to see them. Okay, I'll go to the kitchen and take a look. You can rest first. Which woman wouldn't love her own daughter? In particular, Qi Li was her eldest daughter. When it came to feelings, she had the deepest feelings for Qi Li. All these years, she had always been considerate of Qi Li. It could be said that she had never done anything wrong to Qi Li. There was only one thing that she didn't do, and that was Qi Li's marriage. Because of the situation at that time, the Qi family couldn't fall into the hands of Qi Li or other people, so she made a decision arbitrarily and asked Qi Li to marry Jiang Hai. She could feel Qi Li's grievances when she got married, because in her opinion, Jiang Hai was not a qualified husband. Most importantly, Qi Li didn't love her. All these years, whenever she looked at Qi Li, she would feel guilty. However, now it seemed that Qi Li and Jiang Hai had a good relationship, which was what she wanted to see the most. After greeting Qi Li and Jiang Hai, Qi Li's mother went to the kitchen. Of course, Jiang Hai brought back the beef with her. To be honest, Qi Li's mother didn't think that Jiang Hai could raise a good cow, but she accepted it as a gift from her child. However, the beef gave her a big surprise in the future. However, after Qi Li's mother left, there was a little awkwardness between Jiang Hai and Qi Li. Because the two didn't know what to say now, it seemed that they really didn't have anything in common. Phew, it's really a lot more spacious here. Can we watch TV? Jiang Hai sighed and said to Qi Li as he looked at the originally crowded living room that was filled with the smell of gunpowder. At this time, the living room had become a lot more deserted. Here. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li also took the remote control of the TV and handed it to Jiang Hai. I usually watch 3D TV. Now that I'm suddenly watching a flat screen, I'm really not used to it. Is there anything good to watch in our country recently? After turning on the TV, Jiang Hai said while changing the channel. Find it yourself, do you think I have time to watch TV? Qi Li said coldly as she rolled her eyes at Jiang Hai. Shay. Looking at Qi Li casually flipping through magazines, Jiang Hai couldn't help but curl his lips and continue to look. Fortunately, he soon found a movie channel, which was now playing an old movie, Tang Bo Hu Diao Qiu Xiang. Since Jiang Hai had nothing to do, he sat there happily and watched it. By the way, is your manor in Boston? How big is it? How much did you spend to buy it? Looking at Jiang Hai's interest in watching TV, Qi Li also felt that it was really awkward to just sit here, so after thinking about it, she asked Jiang Hai. My manor is in Boston. Well, it can also be said that it's not in the city of Boston, but in the greater Boston area. Geographically, it should belong to Winthrop. The land area is 11,200 acres. Nearly 10,000 acres of land are grazing areas, and about 1,000 acres of land is a winery. The rest of the land is planted with trees. It's about 2 or 3 acres. It's a small forest. The sea area is 720 square kilometers. My manor cost me almost all my wealth, $280 million. Cough, why are you asking this? After hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai spoke while watching TV. He has always been very proud of his manor. Such a large piece of land is very valuable. But halfway through, he suddenly remembered that Qi Li seemed to be interested in his manor, so he immediately looked at her vigilantly, $280 million. And it's still in USD. If it's converted, it's 184 billion renminbi. You spent so much money to buy a manor, and only bought 10,000 acres. Are you crazy? But when she heard Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li had already shouted. In her opinion, if Jiang Hai was not crazy, then his brain must be flooded with water. Otherwise, who would buy such a manor? At this time, Qi Li's business instincts were almost subconsciously activated. She kept talking to Jiang Hai. I'll calculate it for you. Your 720 square kilometer fishery is worth 100 million at most. If you take out this 100 million, you'll still have $180 million. The manor has 11,200 acres, which means that the average price of an acre of land is $16,071. Have you checked the price of land in the United States? It's $300 to $400 per acre in Mexico. Even the most expensive land in California can only be sold for $3,000 to $4,000 per acre, not to mention Texas and Montana. With this $180 million, you can at least buy a farm of more than 100,000 acres, and that's only if you pick a place. You can buy a farm of 10,000 acres right now. Cough, isn't that Boston? It's a metropolitan area. Although Jiang Hai had a rough idea in his heart that this price was a bit of a scam, he didn't know it back then, did he? He checked on the internet and found that land prices in the central and western parts of the United States were cheap, while those in the east were more expensive. The land prices in the Boston area were also very expensive because of the close proximity of the city. That was why he bought it. But after a long time, he learned that the manor did not seem to be calculated in this way. Later, Jiang Hai also secretly calculated that his sea was probably not worth $100 million. After all, there were still aquatic products in the sea for several years. So even if it was valued at $120 million, the land on the land was valued at $60 to $80 million at most. That was to say, the manor was worth $200 million at most. In the end, he spent $80 million more. It was a bit of a scam, but he had signed the contract. Both parties were willing, so he couldn't say anything. If they really got into a dispute, he was afraid that the background of his baby would be dug out. After all, some things couldn't be exposed. What's wrong with a metropolitan area? Don't other places have metropolitan areas? If you bought New York State for $280 million, I wouldn't say anything, but you bought Boston. Whether it's Los Angeles, Chicago, Washington, or even Houston and Dallas, they are all more prosperous than this place. Hearing that Jiang Hai still dared to talk back, Qi Li raised her eyebrows and said with a serious face. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai could only be quiet for the time being except for touching his head embarrassedly. After Qi Li finished speaking, she looked at Jiang Hai's appearance of going in one ear and out the other. She couldn't help but want to bite him. This guy is really annoying. But when she thought that she was dumped by this guy, she was even more unconvinced. The atmosphere between the two seemed to have returned to below the freezing point. Jiang Hai continued to watch TV, and Qi Li impatiently flipped through some magazines on the table. But fortunately, Qi Li's mother came back soon, and the family had a good lunch. After lunch, the three of them watched TV in the living room. In fact, it was mainly Qi Li who chatted with her mother. They talked until the evening. After dinner, the two also left. Jiang Hai and Qi Li were not a real couple now. To be exact, even when they were a real couple, they had not slept together. At this time, the two were not ready to break this silent scene. If they lived here, they would have to live together, which was also what the two were unwilling to do. So in the end, Jiang Hai still said that he had something to do tomorrow. After dinner, he was ready to go back to his home. I'll send you. When Jiang Hai left the door of Qi Li's villa, Qi Li on the other side had already driven a car and parked in front of Jiang Hai. Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai was not polite. He had helped her a lot today. Your performance today was not bad. But when they got in the car, the two were silent again because they really didn't know what to say. Jiang Hai's character was originally very open, but in front of Qi Li, he was somewhat unable to be open. Oh, if your performance was not bad, then remember to sign that agreement. Looking at the night scene outside the window, Jiang Hai heard Qi Li's words and said directly without even thinking about it. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li's body couldn't help but tremble, and then she whispered in a low voice, "You want me to sign it so much?" What? Maybe it was because Qi Li's voice was too soft, or because Jiang Hai didn't hear it clearly. After Qi Li's voice fell, Jiang Hai reacted and asked with some doubts. Nothing, I want to tell you that agreement. I won't sign it. Shaking her head, Chi threw out the unrealistic thoughts in her mind, and her voice instantly returned to coldness as she said to Jiang Hai. Why? Didn't you say that if I helped you today, you would sign it? Hearing that Chi actually didn't sign it, Jiang Hai's face was gloomy. He didn't understand what a woman's heart was, and he didn't have the intention to understand. He only knew that this woman seemed to be playing with him. I just said that I would think about it, but I didn't say that I would definitely sign it. Don't worry, I have no interest in your manner, but we can't divorce yet. After pondering for a moment, Chi raised her head and said in a stable voice. Why can't you divorce? You have control of the company now. What difference does it make whether you have a burden like me or not? Looking at Chi, Jiang Hai had been busy all day. His central thought was to settle things with Chi as soon as possible. What was this now? Today, Chi Song and his son brought in Zhangwu over, which means that they have already formed an alliance. Although the Yin family has been dealt a blow by me this year, it is still far from the point of breaking their bones. And now that Zhangwu has come over, it is sufficient to show that they are already serious. However, our company still has a mole that cannot be eliminated, Chi Song's family. I still need your name to stabilize the situation. Looking at Jiang Hai, Chi said with a serious face. Only she knew how trustworthy her words were. However, these words were enough to deceive Jiang Hai, a person who didn't know how to do business or politics. I don't care about your company. I just came here today. Fine, don't you want my manor? I'll give you half of my manor. I don't want it anymore. Stop the car, I'm here. Now Jiang Hai didn't want to listen to Chi Li's nonsense. He only knew that he was in a bad mood, so he patted the car door and said to Chi Li, hearing Jiang Hai's slightly irritable words, Chi Li didn't refute anything. Instead, she directly stepped on the brakes and sat in the driver's seat. Jiang Hai also unfastened his seatbelt and got out of the car. Although there was a cold north wind outside, even so, he didn't want to stay by that woman's side anymore. Does this woman have any credibility? Is she playing with me? If it weren't for the fact that she was a woman, Jiang Hai would have already punched her. Spitting a mouthful of phlegm, Jiang Hai stepped on the crunching snow and walked slowly toward the road ahead. As for Chi Li, she sat in the driver's seat. Looking at the slowly walking Jiang Hai, whose shadow was elongated by the streetlights, Chi Li slowly leaned her forehead on the steering wheel. She didn't know why she said such a thing just now. In fact, she knew that it was better for her and Jiang Hai to sign the agreement. It was better for both of them. But she didn't know whether it was because of her pride or because she was unwilling in her heart. She couldn't make up her mind to sign her name. Especially after seeing Jiang Hai today. Originally, she always thought that the relationship between Jiang Hai and herself was just a misunderstanding. But when she saw Jiang Hai and Feng Yunchen at home this morning, her heart felt sad and sour. After spending a day with Jiang Hai, when she sent him home, the first thing he said was to sign her name. At that time, her heart even skipped a beat. She had been in love before. She knew the feeling of being in love. Now was not the feeling, and this was not the feeling of breaking up. She didn't know what this was, but every time Jiang Hai ignored her, it made her feel uncomfortable. She didn't know what kind of mood it was. Looking at Jiang Hai's back gradually moving further and further away until it disappeared, Chi Li continued to lean on the steering wheel. It wasn't until her mother called to ask that she reacted. She opened the window and let the cold wind blow on her face. Her originally empty eyes also recovered some consciousness. Chi Li turned the steering wheel and headed home. Chapter 181. Boss, I don't agree with what you are doing. Listening to the voice of Moses Adams over the phone, Jiang Hai lay on the bed weakly. When he got out of Chi Li's car, it was actually quite far from his home, about 10 kilometers away. Today was New Year's Eve, and there were no taxis on the streets at this time. If it was a good day, 10 kilometers was actually not very far for Jiang Hai. With his physical fitness, he could run there in more than an hour. But today was different. The ground of Ice City was very slippery, and it had been snowing for the past 2 days. It was difficult to walk on the ground, let alone run. He was embarrassed to call his friends. After all, they were also celebrating New Year's Eve at home. So Jiang Hai walked for more than 3 hours before he returned home. Fortunately, he could recognize the north and south. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to go home. When he got home, even with his strong physical fitness, he was very tired. He took off his clothes and shoes and lay on the bed. But he still remembered what he had to do, which was to apply for a divorce. But as soon as he finished talking to Moses Adams directly voted against it. Why? I'd rather give her half of the manor. Although he was very reluctant in his heart, Jiang Hai was now determined. If he didn't make a decision, he would suffer. He now deeply understood the saying, if you don't make a decision, you will suffer. No, this has nothing to do with the manor. I know what you mean, but this has nothing to do with money. Do you still remember the girls in your manor? 8 employees, and 2 adopted girls. Hearing Jiang Hai's slightly angry words, Moses Adams said seriously. Hearing what he said, Jiang Hai also calmed down. When you adopted these 2 girls, you approved it because you were married. And those girls, you could only hire them because you were married. If you divorce at this time, then I'll let them down. I'll find better jobs for them. As for Delina and Marion, there's nothing I can do. Hearing Moses Adams's hesitant words, Jiang Hai sighed. This marriage was like a sword hanging over his head. He was completely at a loss. Now, in order to get rid of this sword, even if he had to give up half of his fortune, he would do it. It's not just the problem of these girls staying. Because the time you adopted them is too short, it's easy to be labeled as fraud by those politicians. If you really divorce, the judicial department will intervene and investigate the source of your property. Because your nationality is still Xia, you don't have to worry about being put in prison, but you are likely to be sent back to China, and your property in the United States, that is, the manor, will be confiscated. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Moses Adams made it clear. Of course, what he said was only the worst-case scenario, but who could guarantee what would happen in reality? F***CK, not giving me a single cent. What should I do now? Hearing what Moses Adams said, Jiang Hai couldn't help swearing. It was said that the barefooted were not afraid of those with shoes. Originally, Jiang Hai was barefooted, but now the problem was that he had already put on shoes. Giving half of his fortune to Chi Li was already like a knife stabbing his heart. If he didn't have a single cent, then what was the point of living? In fact, this is easy to do. In fact, if you want to divorce now, it's best to find a marriage partner first. After you divorce here, you can get married in the United States immediately. If there is no gap in between, then it won't be very troublesome for us to operate. As expected of a lawyer, he gave Jiang Hai bad ideas. Find someone to marry. With Jiang Hai's brain capacity, there was not a single woman in his mind that was suitable. But this seemed to be the only way at present. Then that's it for now. Wait until I go back. Since he couldn't discuss with Moses Adams, Jiang Hai couldn't help but lean on the bed. His eyes looked at the ceiling, and he began to recall the women who had appeared around him. First, he thought of the women who had slept with him. Maggie was definitely out of the question. The watch girl whose name he didn't know was also out of the question. He didn't even remember her name. As for Feng Yunqin, whom he met after he came back, he was a little moved when he thought of her. But as she said, she wasn't ready to be a partner with Jiang Hai. And with her background, she could be Jiang Hai's lover, but Jiang Hai wouldn't agree to be the legal wife. In addition to the three of them, Jiang Hai also knew other women. The 8 women in the manor were definitely not good enough. Although he pitied the birth of these girls, he wasn't going to find a professional one. Daliana and Marion, damn, they were his own girls. He wasn't a demon beast, how could he be a playboy? In addition to these girls, it seemed that there was only one person he knew who could be his marriage partner, Schweiniclive. Looking at the white ceiling, he seemed to see Schweiniclive's face. Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment. He really didn't think about this before, but now that he thought about it, this girl was really a good partner to be friends with. Thinking about Schweiniclive, she had the looks and height, and she was a primary school teacher. In this way, even if he had a child with her in the future, he didn't even need to consider the issue of education. Although he didn't have much contact with her personality, in Jiang Hai's opinion, her personality was also very good. Such a good girl is right beside me, but I didn't notice. Recalling Schweiniclive, Jiang Hai chuckled. Originally, Jiang Hai didn't think about it too much, and he didn't pay too much attention to Schweiniclive. But now that he thought about it, he really felt that this girl was really good. At least in his opinion, she didn't have any shortcomings. She was full of good points. If he really could marry her, it would be a good choice. Since I've decided to try, how should I pursue her? Originally, Jiang Hai had never thought about this problem. Speaking of which, he had never pursued a girl before. Now that he was suddenly asked to pursue a girl, he didn't know what to do. As he turned on the TV and watched the annual New Year's gala, Jiang Hai picked up his phone. Would it be too abrupt if I call her directly? Why don't I try sending a text message first? Jiang Hai looked at Schweiniclive's contact information on his phone. After hesitating for a moment, he sent a greeting first. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no reply. Just as Jiang Hai felt that he was overthinking, his phone rang. Sorry, I was in class just now. Are you still in Huaxia? Looking at the newly received text on his phone, Jiang Hai let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he remembered that although it was already midnight in Huaxia, it was still noon in Boston. Yeah, I'm still in Huaxia. I hope I didn't disturb your class. Looking at the text message from Schweiniclive, Jiang Hai hesitated for a moment before replying to her. This time, it didn't take long before Schweiniclive replied. Seeing Schweiniclive's reply, Jiang Hai immediately typed. However, after all, the two had only met a few times and weren't very familiar with each other. Therefore, after a few sentences, Jiang Hai didn't know what to send. But at this moment, Schweiniclive sent a message that instantly made Jiang Hai's eyes widen. Your buddy at the fishing farm had some conflicts with the fishermen in Boston a few days ago. Is everything all right now? Looking at the message sent by Schweiniclive, Jiang Hai's eyelids suddenly jumped. There was a conflict. Why didn't I know? When he saw this line of words, Jiang Hai was no longer in the mood to send these things. Instead, he immediately called Edward Anderson. Jiang Hai's manor was jointly managed by him and Robinson Garcia. Robinson Garcia was in charge of the ranch, while Edward Anderson was in charge of the fishing farm. Now that such a thing happened, why didn't he tell me? Beep, beep. The phone rang a few times before it was picked up, and then Edward Anderson's voice came from the other side. Hey boss, did you have fun in Huaxia? Listening to the rough voice on the other side of the phone, as well as some familiar laughter around him, Jiang Hai temporarily calmed down. It seems that the matter shouldn't be very serious, otherwise, they wouldn't have the leisure to do this. I heard that you had a conflict with the people in Boston. What's going on? At the moment, Jiang Hai was not in the mood to chat with Edward Anderson. Although he knew that these people might be fine, Jiang Hai still asked him. Hey, it's not a big deal. When Minluan and Andrew were patrolling, they found fish thieves. After we fired a warning shot, they actually dared to fight back. We sailed a boat over to chase their boat away. In the end, when these people were hiding, one of them fell into the sea and was bitten by the shark you raised. Hearing Jiang Hai's question, Edward Anderson began to talk. In fact, it was easy to understand. There were fish in Jiang Hai's fishing farm, and the fishermen nearby knew this. If there were only him and Edward Anderson in Jiang Hai's fishing ground, it's possible that these fishermen would have some ideas. After all, those fishermen were all greenbacks. No one would go against money. As for the violation of private property, as long as they weren't caught, it wasn't considered a violation. Even if they were caught, they could just say that they were fishing on the high seas and went the wrong way. No one could do anything about it. Edward and the others had done the same thing before. But now it was different. Jiang Hai's fishing farm not only had him and Edward, but also recruited Tommy Charles, Eleanor Cece, Andrew Christian, and Marin Rupert. Now they had enough manpower on their side. Although the helicopter was not in place yet, the normal daily patrol was indispensable. Generally speaking, when someone came to steal fish, they would leave on their own when they saw these people. After all, if there was a conflict, they would be in trouble. But this time, those who stole fish were not ordinary fishermen. Chapter 182. Where there are people, there will be underworld. Where there are underworld, there will be fights. There will always be some people who are unwilling to live by the rules. They are more willing to plunder other people's resources to support themselves. The people with the most power will become a country, and the people with the least power will be called the Black Zone. The United States, as a capitalist country, is the most powerful country in the world. Naturally, there are many black zones, and Boston is one of them. Jiang Hai came at a good time. In recent years, the United States has been changing its image in the world. Therefore, the black zones and racial discrimination are very strict. But no matter how strict the crackdown is, there will still be some lawbreakers who don't take these laws seriously. Most people in the Boston area are descendants of Irish. Everyone knows that the Irish are actually a very complicated people. Because Northern Ireland was occupied by the British, most of the Northern Irish people don't think of themselves as British. Although their household registration is in the United Kingdom, their hearts are more towards Ireland. Such racial sentiments can't be vented in Europe, but in the United States, the racial discrimination they bring is quite serious. It even formed almost half of Boston's black zone. In Boston, the Northern District has always been the place where the rich live. The air there is fresh, the sun there is bright, and the police there are paid a high salary. They patrol the streets every day. Even if the roads in the main city of Boston are narrow and small, they are still happy to do it. But compared to the Northern District, the Southern District is hell. Dirty and chaotic is the standard of the Southern District. Chaos is the code name of the Southern District, just like the Bronx in New York. It's not that there are no good people here, but there are too many bad people. Here, robbing, stealing, murdering, raping, and even organizing organizations to sell and sell things like that were happening all the time. In fact, when Jiang Hai rescued those girls last time, he had already entered the territory of the Southern District. It was just the border area. If it was some deeper area, even the police will think twice. However, in the past few years, under the crackdown of the American government, these underworld organizations had been restrained a lot. Many of their leaders had disappeared from the world after being targeted by the FBI. However, this was how the world worked. When one person fell, another would stand up to replace him. It was the same in the southern district. This time, the people who came to Jiang Hai's manor to steal fish were some gangsters from the southern district. The matter was actually very simple. A group of people stole fish and even took the initiative to open fire. In the end, they fell into the water and were bitten by a shark. They could only blame themselves for being unlucky. However, it was impossible to reason with these hoodlums and talk about the law. They thought that they had lost face here, so they had to get it back here. Therefore, after those people were taken away by the Winthrop police, there were always some strangers driving around Jiang Hai's manor in recent days. According to Robbins and A.I. Dehua, these people might be from the gang who wanted to find trouble with Jiang Hai. However, these cowboys and fishermen in Jiang Hai's manor were not to be trifled with, especially with Bell. Don't forget that he was from the Triangular State. To deal with these unorthodox people, his long gun was enough to make them suffer. It was precisely because of this that Robbins and A.I. Dehua were not very worried. Be careful these days. I will go back early. I will be worried if I stay here all the time. Hearing A.I. Dehua's words, Jiang Hai hesitated and sighed. Things really came as soon as he left. These guys really knew how to find trouble. Originally, he was going to go back after the 15th, but now it seemed that he had to go ahead of time. However, as Robbins and A.I. Dehua said, with Bell and the others, Jiang Hai did not have to worry too much. At least, it was not a problem to stay in Huaxia for a few more days. Perhaps he felt that Jiang Hai's mood was not very good, so A.I. Dehua specifically reported the situation in the manor. At present, the bait in the manor was almost complete. During the days when Jiang Hai was gone, the weather was gradually getting warmer. This was the good thing about Boston. During the coldest time, the highest temperature during the day was above zero. In recent days, with the southeast monsoon blowing, the manor's ski field had melted a little. Robbins and the others were now working hard to clear the snow. As for the cleared snow, they just pushed it directly into the sea. The cleared grassland could allow the 20,000 cows that had been held in for 2 months to come out and take a breather. As for the vegetable garden, it had already been cleaned up. At present, Mrs. Philemon was leading a group of young ladies in the manor to carry out the spring sowing. Although the people in the United States didn't eat much vegetables, they had already planted some vegetables such as cucumbers, pumpkins, cabbages, chili peppers, and eggplants. With more people coming this year, and with the automatic mechanization of the sowing process, Jiang Hai's vegetable garden had expanded to 2 acres, which was 12 acres. Even if the population doubled this time, the vegetables produced this time would be enough to supply them for a year. Hearing these 2 pieces of good news, Jiang Hai's mood finally improved. After hanging up the phone, he leaned against the headboard and thought about his manor. Compared to the manor, Jiang Hai temporarily put the news about Scheitclive to the back of his mind. While watching the Spring Festival Gala that was no longer interesting, Jiang Hai's thoughts had drifted back to his manor. A few days ago, when he had something to do, he did not feel anything. Now that he was suddenly free, Jiang Hai really missed the people in his manor. Robbins, A.I. Dehua, Philemon, Delina, Marion. Unknowingly, so many people had gathered around him. These people had to rely on him to live. This feeling of being relied on was something that Jiang Hai had never experienced before. Because to be exact, since he was young, he had always relied on others to live. Now that he was suddenly relied on by others, the feeling of being needed by others really made him feel a little warm. Especially when he thought of his pets, Xiao Bai, Goldie, Bucktooth, Chirp, Little Xia, and Big Dumb, he could not help but smile. He recalled how Xiao Bai always surrounded him and waved its eyebrows mischievously, how Goldie looked cold and arrogant as it observed the surroundings, how Bucktooth was like a knight, often somersaulting on top of Xiao Bai's head, how Chirp could not fly yet, it only knew how to run all over the place, how little Xia had a special liking for carrots. Every time he fed it, it would lick his hand. There was also the fierce-looking Big Dumb. But this time, Big Dumb helped him vent his anger. I'll reward him with a drop of blood when I go back. Thinking of Big Dumb, Jiang Hai could not help but chuckle softly. He was really looking forward to it. If he gave this guy another drop of blood, would this guy turn into a great white shark? However, when he thought of blood, Jiang Hai could not help but think of the tattoo on his body. Since leaving the manor, the number of scales on his tattoo had become fewer and fewer. When he was in New York, there was only one scale. When he returned home, there was only an increase of half a scale every day. It seemed that the environmental factors between the two really played a big role. However, when he glanced at the scales that had already grown to the snake's buttocks, which were the scales on the snake's tail, he realized that there were about 100 more scales before he could reach the full scale. By the time he returned, it would be almost done by March. After looking forward to it for so long, his Goldfinger was finally going to be upgraded. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. Just as Jiang Hai was still lost in thought, there was a sudden loud noise that shook even the glass from a distance. It also woke Jiang Hai up from his contemplation. When he looked up, he found that it was almost 12 o'clock. The sound of firecrackers reverberated around him, making him no longer in the mood to meditate. Neutralizing all the bad news with good news, my mood is a lot better. With a long sigh, Jiang Hai laughed at himself. As the 12 o'clock countdown ended on the TV, Jiang Hai's cell phone also rang. New Year's greetings text messages entered Jiang Hai's cell phone. He casually looked at the messages on his cell phone. Most of them were from his friends, and there were some exceptions, but there were only two. One was from Feng Yunchin, who stayed here last night, and the other was from Moses Adams. It seemed that this Moses Adams was indeed a wonderful person. He even knew the rules of Huaxia. He deliberately sent a New Year's greeting text message in Chinese, which made Jiang Hai's heart warm. Of course, Jiang Hai would not know that this text message was actually sent by Penelope Doll on behalf of Moses Adams. Since they parted at the police station that day, Jiang Hai really had not seen this woman again. Recalling the bits and pieces of his year, Jiang Hai no longer felt sad. This was not his style. Turning on the lights in the square hall, Jiang Hai then turned off the phone. With the sound of firecrackers outside, Jiang Hai also officially fell asleep. In the dream, he seemed to have returned to his childhood. At that time, his parents were there. Every New Year, his mother would make dumplings in the kitchen, and he and his father would go downstairs to set off firecrackers. Fireworks, colorful patterns, and the sound of explosions constantly echoed in his ears and dreams. Unknowingly, when a new round of sunrise reappeared on the horizon, the new year had officially arrived. Before he woke up, the phone rang in his ear. Jiang Hai felt for the phone in a daze. He looked up and saw that it was Fu Yuan. Only he would get up so early. What's the matter? Jiang Hai was sleeping well and was suddenly awakened. It was good enough that he did not scold him. His tone was naturally unkind. But Fu Yuan did not care at all. Stop sleeping. We are downstairs at your house. Let's go to my house to play. Chapter 183. In Huaxia, there were many things to pay attention to during the new year. The 30th was naturally a day for family reunions. After the 30th, it would be the first day of the new year. From the first day of the new year, it was also the day to visit each family. Other than married daughters who couldn't return to their parents' home, each family was paying New Year's greetings. In addition to paying New Year's greetings, there were many other things to pay attention to. For example, porridge wasn't allowed on the first day of the new year because only poor people used to drink porridge. Therefore, eating porridge on the first day of the new year meant that they would be poor this year. They couldn't eat meat, not even eggs or milk. This was because the morning of the first day of the new year was also called the Pantheon meeting. It meant that all the gods would come out to pay New Year's greetings. Therefore, in order to show respect to these gods, they couldn't eat meat. They had to be vegetarian. At the same time, they couldn't take medicine, even supplements and the like. They couldn't call people's names to wake them up. This would make the person who was called be urged to work all year round. They couldn't pay New Year's greetings to people who were still sleeping because this would make them sick. Washing clothes on the first and second day of the new year was forbidden because the water god's birthday was in these 2 days. They couldn't take a nap during the day, nor could they dump the sewage, garbage, or sweep the floor. This would sweep away the wealth of the family. They couldn't let others take money from their pockets, and they couldn't collect debts from others. Of course, these were all old sayings. Now that Jiang Hai's family didn't have any elders, who would care about these things? Logically speaking, besides paying New Year's greetings to the elders on the first day of the new year, they couldn't go to other people's houses to play. Jiang Hai didn't miss this. Hearing Fu Yuan's words, Jiang Hai responded. Then, he sat up from the bed in a daze. He first went to the bathroom to wash his hair, face, and teeth. After everything was tidied up, he put on his clothes and went downstairs. When he went downstairs, Jiang Hai saw Su Wei's car from afar. At this time, there were already many people sitting in the car. Jiang Hai casually looked around and found that there were still empty seats in the car. He sat down. What kind of person is he? He came out to play with us and even wore a Versace. It must be fake. As soon as Jiang Hai sat down, Fu Yuan started to shout. Originally, these people didn't notice, but when they heard Fu Yuan's words, they all looked over. But even if they did, they probably wouldn't understand what Versace was. In fact, even Jiang Hai didn't know much about it. Don't mention it. My wife bought it for me. Only then did Jiang Hai notice his clothes. He couldn't help mocking himself. Oh my God, which wife? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Su Wei on the other side also cried out. Jiang Hai patted Su Wei, who was in the driver's seat, and said with a smile, "Who else could it be? Well, don't make trouble for me. We are not divorced yet. Come on, let's go and buy something." What's there to buy? It's the first day of the new year. Which place is open? People aren't on the day. Xiang Hua also said from behind at this time. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Hua Xia is like this. It's not easy to buy things after the new year. I don't care what to eat. I just want to drink. Let's just get some peanuts. At this time, another friend of Jiang Hai, Wang Yunfei, who had been playing with his mobile phone in the back, also interrupted. Who wants to drink with you? You are a person who works in the hospital. In addition to eating and drinking every day, who can drink more than you? My family is ready. My dad brought 2 sheep back a few days ago. One is to be boiled and the other is to be roasted. Let's eat boiled at noon and roast at night. After lunch, let's see if we are going to have some trouble or play poker. Fu Yuan heard Huang Yunfei's words and gave him the middle finger. Then he said to Su Wei. The group of people chatted and laughed as they drove quickly to Fu Yuan's house. Fu Yuan's house was not small, but it was not very big either. It was a standard 2-room apartment. Usually, Jiang Hai and the rest did not go there to play. After all, he was not the only one living here. His parents were also there. But because his hometown was not in Bing City, his parents would go back to their hometown to celebrate the new year. He was the only one at home. Naturally, he could do whatever he wanted. On the way, there was a small supermarket that was still open. They bought 5 boxes of beer, some Granny brand peanuts, and a few cans of Russian pickled cucumbers. After that, they drove to Fu Yuan's house. After parking the car, everyone carried a box of wine. Jiang Hai also brought back peanuts and pickled cucumbers. They went to Fu Yuan's house. When they went to call Jiang Hai, it was only about 8:00 in the morning, but when they arrived, it was already 10 o'clock. After tidying up, everyone was ready for lunch. Under Fu Yuan's instructions, they set up the table and placed the beer outside on the windowsill. At this time, if the people in Bing City wanted to drink cold drinks, they did not need to put it in the fridge. The fridge was not as cold as the fridge outside. In less than 10 minutes, the fridge was already very cold. After setting up the table, they poured the peanuts, spiced beef, and a plate of cucumbers. The induction cooker in the middle was already on, and a pot of clear soup was boiling in a big pot. Speaking of hot pot, there were actually 2 kinds of hot pot. One was the hot pot that belonged to the land of Sichuan. The hot pot originated from the Fog City. According to legend, it was because the dock workers in the Fog City couldn't afford delicious food because they were poor. In some slaughterhouses upstream, people who slaughtered pigs and cows didn't eat offal after slaughtering pigs, sheep, and cows. These offal would be thrown into the river and floated away with the current. The workers downstream would pick up the offal and use chili or Sichuan pepper to remove the fishy smell. After that, they would cook the offal and eat it. This was the origin of hot pot. The other way to eat it was shabu. This had a much longer history. It was said that during the Song dynasty, the people of the Yuan dynasty were fighting everywhere. One time, when they were preparing to cook, the enemy suddenly attacked. At that time, the chef had an idea. He used the helmets of the soldiers as a pot and cooked a pot of mutton. After the soldiers finished eating, their morale was boosted, and they felt that it was delicious. After that, this dish was passed down, and this was the origin of shabu. At first glance, there was not much difference between these 2 methods of cooking. But if one looked closely, one would know that these were 2 different ways of eating. Hot pot was spicy and spicy. It emphasized on the heavy taste, heavy ingredients, and heavy oil. When eating, it was dipped in oil and not sauce. Also, the main ingredients for the hot pot were the internal organs and beef. Almost no one would eat the internal organs of the mutton. On the other hand, shabu used fresh soup as the base. It was divided into seafood pot, bone soup pot, and so on. It emphasized the original taste of the soup. When eating, it was dipped in a sauce plate made of sesame paste and other spices. The main ingredient was meat, mutton, and of course, beef. Bing City was located in Longjiang Province, and next to it was Inner Mongolia. Therefore, they had the habit of eating shabu instead of hot pot. For example, the soup base that Jiang Hai made today was not the hot pot base bought from the supermarket. It was made by himself. He added scallion, ginger, wine, a few shrimps, a few small crabs, and a few shells. These seafood were used to make the seafood soup base. When the soup was boiled, the taste would come out. It was light and fragrant, but it had the smell of seafood. Fish and mutton were fresh together, so if the mutton was cooked with this soup base, the taste would make people go crazy. Not long after, a fresh aroma began to reverberate in the room, and everyone couldn't help but feel a little hungry. Where's the meat? Glancing at Fu Yuan, who was also swallowing his saliva, Jiang Hai couldn't help but ask him. "Oh, let's go get it." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan remembered that the meat hadn't been taken out yet. He immediately took Jiang Hai to his freezer. Opening the freezer, there was a pile of steaks on one side. These were the steaks that Jiang Hai sent over. There were also 2 huge plastic bags, one black and one white. Jiang Hai then opened the black one and found that there was a whole mutton inside. This made Jiang Hai a little speechless. How could he eat it? Not this. This is a black mutton. It's for roasting at night. That's for today's shabu. Seeing Jiang Hai's expression, Fu Yuan knew that he took the wrong one. After putting down the mutton in his hand, he picked up the other bag. The other bag was full of mutton slices, but compared to the mutton slices sold in the market, the mutton slices here were a little different in size. What's the difference? Glancing at the mutton taken out, Jiang Hai asked with some puzzlement. Of course there's a difference. This is a black mutton. The black mutton's meat is firm, it grows slowly, and it's aggressive. Because of its aggressive nature, it's more often raised in the mountains. There's a lot of exercise, so the meat is particularly good. Of course, it's still a lot worse than your beef, but this mutton is also the best I've ever eaten. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan began to talk about it. In fact, he just checked it after his father got the mutton back. This shabu is Ujimkin mutton. It's produced in Inner Mongolia. Do you know the capital, Donglai Shun? This mutton is specially for Donglai Shun, and a plate of it costs 68 yuan. It's much more expensive than the average boar goat. We've tasted it once at home, and it's indeed much better than the mutton you can buy outside. The fat isn't greasy, and the lean meat isn't too dry. Once it's boiled in water, the freshness of the mutton and the taste of the seafood are mixed together. Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. I'm about to drool. I'm almost drooling. Licking his lips, Fu Yuan took out 3 bags of mutton from the big bag and hurried to the living room. As for Jiang Hai, he also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Westerners love to eat mutton. This could be seen from the fact that many of their main dishes were mutton chops. The little brothers of the United States, Canada, and Australia all love to eat mutton, especially Australia. The mutton and wool industry could be regarded as the top in the world, but the people of the United States didn't like to eat mutton very much. Jiang Hai also raised some mutton in his manor, but he hadn't eaten mutton for so long. Now that he thought about it, he really missed the taste of pork and mutton. Hearing Fu Yuan's words, he was a little hungry. Chapter 184. Come on, let's start. As the mutton was placed into the soup pot, the original bright red color of the mutton gradually receded and was replaced by a grayish-white color. The room was filled with a fragrant aroma, which stimulated the saliva secreting from Jiang Hai and the others' mouths. Finally, when the soup pot began to boil again, Jiang Hai gave the order. Everyone's chopsticks were the first to attack the mutton in the pot. Jiang Hai picked up the first mouthful of mutton and ate it directly without dipping it in the sauce. When the mutton was put into his mouth, a special fragrance also constantly reverberated in his mouth. The mutton had a faint rank smell and absorbed the base of the seafood in the soup. The meat was firm but not difficult to bite. With a gentle bite, the meat could be completely broken. That kind of chewy feeling constantly impacted in the mouth. This is a completely different concept from beef. This is the taste that Jiang Hai is familiar with. Frowning slightly, Jiang Hai suddenly felt a little emotional. If he can't eat this kind of mutton in the United States, what should he do? Suddenly, he wants to import some mutton from China. This mutton tastes really good. Where do you think you bought this mutton from? I'll get some back to the United States to raise. While constantly picking the meat in the pot, Jiang Hai asked Fu Yuan. Don't even think about it. This mutton is a national protected breed. It's farmed in that area. When my dad went to buy it, the people there had to kill the mutton before selling it to my dad. You still want to buy a live one? Anyway, I have no way. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan shook his head and said to Jiang Hai while eating. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel a little helpless. You say that they call themselves the global village every day, but in the end, they can't even trade with each other. Humans are really hypocritical. But he didn't think much about it at the moment and started eating directly. Everyone was satisfied with their lunch. They ate 7 caddies of mutton and 5 bottles of beer each. After that, lunch came to an end. Fu Yuan and the others cleared the table and started playing mahjong. As for Jiang Hai, he was lying on the sofa in Fu Yuan's house. He used his phone to check how to get the ingredients he wanted to buy to America. However, he wouldn't have known if he didn't investigate. Now that he did, he was really shocked. Thinking back to all these years, he had always heard through some channels that certain countries had banned certain things from Huaxia. Big things like weapons and ammunition, small things like fish species and cattle species, everything was banned. But in fact, Huaxia's embargo on foreign products was even stricter. For example, the famous rice seeds could not be brought out. He could buy rice, because the current rice did not have the ability to be planted. However, the seeds were not enough, even if they could only be planted for one season. There were also live animals, such as meat donkeys. No matter what kind of meat donkey it was forbidden to be shipped abroad. Cattle were also banned. The United States did not sell Huaxia Angus cattle, Japan did not sell Huaxia Wagyu cattle, but Huaxia also did not sell Lucy cattle. In addition to these things, there were also some protected black goats. These were not allowed to be taken out. As for pigs, there were also some pigs that were not allowed to be taken out. For example, Britain's Bacchus pigs, Iberia pigs, and China's Tibetan pigs. It wasn't easy to bring these pigs out of the country. Casually flipping through the list, Jiang Hai's mouth couldn't help but curl up. It seems that his idea was going to die early. Come, have some tea. While Jiang Hai was sighing, Fu Yuan also came over with a cup of tea. After drinking some wine, although drinking strong tea is not good, drinking some green tea is still very comfortable, at least that's what they think. After putting the tea on the coffee table beside Jiang Hai, Fu Yuan left. Jiang Hai looked at the teacup in front of him and sat up. To be honest, Jiang Hai did not like to drink tea. It was because his father liked to drink tea when he was young, so he also drank it. As a child, tea was neither sweet nor fragrant. It also did not have the taste of milk. The bitter taste was indeed not good. Most importantly, when you drink tea, you will drink tea dregs. That was why he did not like to drink tea and did not pay attention to these things. But today, when he saw the tea made by Fu Yuan, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment. In the transparent glass, there were whole tea sprouts, moving up and down. It was indeed different from the tea leaves he had seen before. It looked like a TV show. Although he did not know the taste of this tea, at least from the surface, it was not bad. He hesitated for a moment. After all, he had drunk wine and his mouth was very dry. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. The moment the tea entered his mouth, there was a slight bitterness. However, after the bitterness, there was a sweet feeling. Jiang Hai might not have been able to feel it when he was young, but now, he could fully feel it. The natural fragrance flowed continuously between his lips and teeth. He could even feel the scales on his body increasing at a faster rate. This tea. It has such an effect. As the tea entered his throat, Jiang Hai also let out a long breath. Although it was just a simple cup of tea, Jiang Hai felt that his mind suddenly became clearer. Most importantly, it seemed that this tea really had the effect of stimulating the growth of his scales. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai also put down the cup. Fu Yuan, where did you get this tea? Jiang Hai asked Fu Yuan, who was still playing mahjong over there. This tea was given to my dad as a gift. I heard that it costs more than 2,000 yuan per caddy. It seems to be something like Mao Jian. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Fu Yuan said to Jiang Hai while playing mahjong. Mao Jian. Mao Feng. Hearing Fu Yuan's words, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment, then he looked it up on the internet and couldn't help but chuckle. But it was the same. Whether it was Jiang Hai or Fu Yuan, they actually didn't know much about tea. Now Jiang Hai also suddenly felt that this tea seemed to be quite delicious, and it seemed that the tea leaves had a stimulating effect on the scales on his body, so he became interested. At the same time, he decided to buy some tea leaves back. He didn't care about a few thousand yuan per caddy. What he cared about was that this thing had to have an effect. At the moment, he was no longer polite. While drinking tea, he played with his phone and thought about what he would bring back when he went back. Although in the United States, you can buy what you want to eat if you have money, but there are always some things that taste the same in different places of origin. For example, pigs, sheep, tea leaves, sauces. Originally, he wanted to go back as soon as possible yesterday, but he didn't expect that after wandering around today, he found that there were a lot of things he wanted to buy. Unknowingly, it was also night time. They ate hot pot for lunch and roasted lamb for dinner. The lamb was sliced off from the black goat. Su Wei was the main knife. After slicing the lamb, he marinated it with cooking wine, ginger, fennel, sesame seeds, pepper, starch, monosodium glutamate, sesame seeds, pepper, starch, monosodium glutamate, sesame seeds, pepper, starch, monosodium glutamate, and if one wanted to eat spicy food, he added a little chili powder. The lamb marinated in this way didn't have an unacceptable rank odor, nor was it too pungent. While retaining the original freshness and sweetness of the lamb, it also added other flavors. Then, it was roasted on a grill. Jiang Hai really didn't know how to describe the taste. In Jiang Hai's impression, this was how lamb should taste. In terms of taste, the lamb might be a lot worse than Jiang Hai's special grade A snowflake frost beef. However, this kind of cooking method was not available in the United States. Although Mrs. Philemon was receiving Jiang Hai's money, she really wouldn't spend so much time roasting these things. Even some Western cooks were only more proficient in the use of heat. It was delicious, but to Jiang Hai, delicious food couldn't compare to what he loved to eat. After another meal, the few of them drank the rest of the wine. They drank until nearly 12 o'clock in the evening. Everyone fell asleep in a daze. Because they were all men, they didn't need to be so particular. Fu Yuan and Xiang Hua went to sleep in his room. Su Wei and Huang Yuanfei slept on the sofa. Jiang Hai pulled a quilt and directly made a bed on the floor in the living room. The building in Fu Yuan's house was just built in the past few years, so it was also geothermal. There was no need to worry about the cold at night. The next morning, when Jiang Hai woke up, his buddies still showed no signs of waking up. Since he had woken up, he couldn't let them sleep any longer. Jiang Hai went to the balcony and opened the window. The winter wind mixed with the snowflakes blew their tears down. In an instant, the two sleeping on the sofa woke up. Since they couldn't sleep, no one else could. They quietly opened Fu Yuan's door. This time, no one slept. They went to the bathroom in a daze one after another to solve their personal hygiene problem. The group of 5 cooked 3 caddies of dumplings in Fu Yuan's house. Generally speaking, during the New Year in the Northeast, a family might not have much other things, but they definitely had dumplings. Once the 3 caddies of sour flour meat dumplings entered their stomachs, everyone woke up. After helping Fu Yuan pack up, everyone left in Su Wei's car. It was already afternoon when Jiang Hai returned home. After casually eating at home, Jiang Hai didn't idle around in the afternoon. Instead, he went to the nearby supermarket. For a service organization like this, under normal circumstances, it would be open for a while during the day. However, it used to be closed at 8 or 10 in the evening. Now, it was 4 or 5 in the afternoon. This time, Jiang Hai wanted to buy a lot of things. He needed to prepare in advance. After taking a taxi, he went to a large supermarket near his house. He first went there to buy some sauces and pickles. These things were allowed to be brought. There were also some domestic sauces sold abroad, such as Lao Gan Ma, but the price was ridiculously expensive. It was 6 or 7 yuan in China, but it was more than $10 abroad. The price difference was dozens of times. In addition to Lao Gan Ma, there was also xiangqi sauce and garlic sauce. Jiang Hai was a little tired of spaghetti sauces. These sauces were more reliable. Chapter 185. Hey, can't you stay for a few more days? I've already bought the plane ticket. Let's go together on the 10th. Sitting in Fu Yuan's car, Jiang Hai looked at the scenery of Bingqing outside, and Fu Yuan kept talking in his ear. Do you think I want to go back so soon? If it weren't for the incident at the manor, I wouldn't be in a hurry to go back. Hearing Fu Yuan's words, Jiang Hai said softly, but whether this is the case or not, probably only he himself knows. Today was the 5th day of the new year. To be exact, after the 5th day, the new year was over for ordinary people, and Jiang Hai also chose to leave Bingqing and return to Boston today. Compared to Jiang Hai, who could leave whenever he wanted, Fu Yuan was not as well off. He had to stay at home with his father. His mother could only leave after the 10th day of the new year. Moreover, he could only go to Jiang Hai's place to play for a few days, because they were only on the 15th day of the new year. There was still a week of annual leave, which added up to 12 days. Even if they took 4 days to travel between the two places, they only had 8 days to play. Originally, he thought that when Jiang Hai came back this time, he could go with him, but he did not expect that Jiang Hai would leave on the 5th day of the new year. It was not very appropriate to say that Jiang Hai left. The reason why he was in such a hurry to go back was that the incident at his manor seemed to be a bit out of control. Because he received a call from Rabinci the day before yesterday, saying that someone had sneaked into his manor, but after being bitten by little Huang, he forced himself to escape. The police were involved in this case, and Jiang Hai also called Moses Adams and asked him to take care of things from time to time. But even so, the security of Jiang Hai's manor did not need to be too worried. After all, after this incident, Rabinci and Ai Dehua were more cautious about the issue of protection. The police also came to patrol every few minutes. After all, even if Jiang Hai had the subsidy from Winthrop, he was definitely the biggest taxpayer in Winthrop town. If they did not protect him, who else could they protect? In addition, there was also Xiao Bai and little Huang. If these guys wanted to break in, they had to see if they were strong enough. The reason why he was in a hurry now was mainly because of 2 groups of people. The first group was his classmates. This was mainly Xiang Hua's fault. After Jiang Hai gave them the beef that day, Xiang Hua went out with a few other classmates on the 2nd day of the new year. He drank too much and told them that Jiang Hai gave them the beef. When they heard that a jin of beef was worth 2,000 yuan and Jiang Hai gave them 10 jin without blinking, these classmates were tempted. These days, he did not know where they got Jiang Hai's phone number from. They asked him out and asked if he was at home. Jiang Hai did not know what to do. If these classmates could still be rejected, then his relatives that he had almost forgotten were another wave of trouble. Among his classmates, there was a mother who was his second aunt's colleague. They usually had a good relationship. When she called, she told them. This time, all of Jiang Hai's relatives knew that Jiang Hai was successful, rich, and successful in the United States, so these relatives came to his door. In the face of classmates, he could still reject, but in the face of relatives, although Jiang Hai disdained them, it was really not good for him to say harsh words. When Jiang Hai's mother passed away, these relatives did not even come to the funeral, let alone to take care of her. Even if they did come, they would just throw a few hundred yuan in a hurry. Then, they would say that they had something to do or that they were still at work and leave directly. Speaking of this, he had to thank Qi Li's mother. She was the one who called a motorcade and helped to call over a dozen people so that the old man could leave without being too shabby. It was really like the tea cools down when the person leaves. In the face of such relatives, Jiang Hai would be strange if he cared about them. Except for buying some gifts for his uncle, who used to be good to his family, he did not care about anyone else. However, his cold treatment could not make these people quiet down. So in the end, Jiang Hai had to hide in advance. In fact, he could also go out to play, but after thinking about it, it was better to go directly to the manor than to other places. Speaking of which, after being out for these days, he really missed the people and scenery in the manor. Hey, I'm just saying. You said that it was the first time I took such a long plane, and no one talked to me or anything. How boring. In fact, taking a plane was a very boring thing. Taking a train, you could see the scenery, but taking a plane, besides looking at the clouds, what else could you see? Fu Yuan also had the capital and appearance to flirt with the stewardess. If he asked for a drink, she might not even care about him. Well, don't mutter. Isn't it just 5 days? I'll pick you up in New York. Looking at Fu Yuan, Jiang Hai smiled. When he was eating on the first day of the new year, he also asked his friends if they wanted to go to Boston. Unfortunately, although these people were a little tempted, they were a little reluctant to pay for the plane tickets. Flying from Huaxia to the United States, even if there was a discount, a round trip would cost at least 10,000 yuan. Why couldn't this 10,000 yuan be used? Their financial conditions didn't allow for it either. Jiang Hai did not lack the money, but he knew that if he took all the money, these people might not agree. Everything must follow the rules. They were friends, and there was no problem of who would take advantage of who. They were not flattering each other, and they were not in a superior and subordinate relationship. They were equals. It would be different if they needed help, but now, they could not open their mouths. Jiang Hai also knew that they had to maintain their self-esteem, so after mentioning it, he didn't say much. In the end, only Fu Yuan took a plane to Boston on the 10th day of the new year to look for him. While the two were chatting, they had arrived at Bing City Airport. He had just returned for 6 days, and he did not expect to leave so soon. When he came, he only carried a bag, and when he left, he also carried a bag, because Jiang Hai had bought too many things, he sent them back to Boston first. This time, Jiang Hai bought a lot of things based on the principle of staying in Boston. 100 packets of garlic chili sauce, 10 boxes of Lao Ganma spicy beef sauce, 100 packets of xiangqi sauce. These were specially used for cucumbers and lettuce. Other than these, there were also lots of sauces and pickles. Jiang Hai liked to eat oregano, xiaowei, a type of radish pickled vegetable, authentic Korean spicy cabbage, etc. Other than these things, there were also many Bing City specialties. For example, dried sausages. Jiang Hai had bought 50 jin of dried sausages, and all the sausages were lean meat. Although the dried sausages were a bit dry, it was fine as long as Jiang Hai liked to eat them. Other than these, there was also Bing City's barbecued pork. It was air-dried and tasted good. It was also 50 jin. There were also barbecued sausages, which were the so-called extended children's sausages. It was a type of Bing City's red sausages. Bing City's red sausages were the best in the world. Regardless of whether Feng Yu liked to eat them or not, at least the reputation of Bing City's red sausages was much better than other places' red sausages. As for the black pigs, black sheep, etc., Feng Yu had asked around these few days. If Feng Yu wanted them alive, he could go to the local government to apply for a farm permit. If the government allowed it, he could sell them to Feng Yu. But if Feng Yu wanted to ship them to Boston, there were no doors or windows. But Jiang Hai did not want to send some mutton and pork back. Although there were not many mutton and pork in the US, they were still available. If they were not alive, the taste would be discounted. This was also one of the biggest headaches for Jiang Hai. But luckily, he had bought a lot of vegetables recently. A few days ago, Feng Yu went to a high-class tea house to drink tea. As he was generous, he drank almost all the teas in the tea house. He had also figured out some things about tea. Tea was generally divided into green tea and black tea. The black tea in the UK was the black tea from Huaxia. Maybe it was because they liked the slightly bitter taste. This was just like coffee, and black tea was the coffee of the aristocrats. Of course, the price of good tea was much more expensive than the best coffee. But Jiang Hai did not feel anything about black tea. He felt it was too bitter. But he had started to like green tea. Huaxia's green tea was also divided into many kinds. Longjing, Biluakun, Maofeng, Guanpian, Yinzhen, Maojian, Yancha, and so on were all green tea. After drinking so much tea, Jiang Hai felt the most comfortable with 3 kinds of tea. One of them was the Longjing tea, which was known as the king of green tea. However, Longjing tea was also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The best was the Westlake tea, followed by the Zhejiang tea. The Westlake tea was also divided into 5 categories: lion, dragon, cloud, running, and plum tea. However, the Longjing tea from Cloud and Running was no longer available, because these 2 places had become tourist attractions, especially Running Tiger. The Longjing tea from Running Tiger was the best. Among the lion, dragon, and plum tea, Meijiao's Longjing tea was ranked lower. However, even if it was ranked lower, the top-grade Longjing tea from before the Ming dynasty could still be sold for 2,000 to 3,000 a jin. Lion Mountain's Longjing was even more expensive. Before the Ming dynasty was sold at 5,000, and it might not even be available. Jiang Hai bought Meijiao's Longjing. After all, he bought a lot. He bought 10 cans for 500 yuan. In addition to Longjing, he also bought a May bamboo green and golden altar sparrow tongue. The price was almost the same. Jiang Hai bought a lot of things that added up to more than 400 caddies. He spent less than 10,000 yuan. But to buy these tea leaves, Jiang Hai spent more than 10,000 yuan. But these were all obtained by him, so he endured it. But to find an international express delivery to Boston, he spent more than 8,000 yuan. The postage was almost as expensive as the price of the things, which made Jiang Hai's heart ache. But there was no way, Boston didn't sell it. The things were left 2 days earlier than Jiang Hai. If Jiang Hai left now, the things should arrive when he went back. Now that the tea leaves were in his backpack, he was wondering if he should get a few tea plants for himself. But there was no way, and he didn't know how to do it. He had to go back and ask. He just didn't know if Luo Binsi and the others knew how to do it. Thinking about the rough character and style of the American people, Jiang Hai felt a little unsure. Shaking his head and saying goodbye to Fu Yuan, Jiang Hai also boarded the plane to the imperial capital. Chapter 186. Boss, this way. When Jiang Hai came out of New York's JFK airport, he saw Philemon Turner waving to him from a distance. Seeing Philemon Turner here, Jiang Hai also walked out quickly with his backpack. Hey, boss, you're back so early. I thought you would stay for another week before coming back. Seeing Jiang Hai, Philemon stepped forward and hugged Jiang Hai, and then his broken mouth disease completely broke out, and he quickly said to Jiang Hai, "How dare I not come back? If I didn't come back, you would have turned the sky upside down." He smiled and punched Philemon in the chest. "Hey, boss, this time it has nothing to do with me. I can only say that your fish farm is too eye-catching, but I have to admit, boss, you raised two good dogs. Why didn't I see it at the beginning? Those two dogs were so powerful that they bit a man. If this guy wasn't so ruthless, he would rather have a piece of meat torn off to escape. He would have been caught alive by us, these damn white-skinned pigs." Sitting in the driver's seat, Philemon kept cursing. "Wow, you dare to call me a white-skinned pig here, aren't you afraid that Robbins and Ed will come to trouble you?" Hearing Philemon's words, Jiang Hai said with a little surprise. "They can't hear me now, I believe my boss won't complain, right?" "Ha, okay, my boss, let's go." Looking at Jiang Hai's words, Philemon pretended to wipe his sweat, then stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped out. After leaving the airport, they sped all the way to the north. The distance from New York to Boston is actually not too far. It's only 400 or 500 kilometers. Including the place where Jiang Hai lives, it's only 5 or 6 hours of driving. However, it's quite tiring for one person to drive for 5 or 6 hours, but Jiang Hai can also drive. The two decided to drive every 2 hours, so it doesn't matter. On the road, Jiang Hai's F-650 was running very fast, constantly moving forward on New York's highway. On the road, they could often see some tour buses. It was the Huaxia New Year, so there were definitely many people who came to the United States to play. After all, for the current Huaxia, although the poor still accounted for the majority, there were more and more rich people. Through the car window, Jiang Hai could clearly see that the bus was filled with people wearing different colored water hats. They were listening to a tour guide who was standing at the front of the bus. Looking at these people, Jiang Hai also felt a bit emotional. Thinking back, these people were his goal. People who could go abroad to play at the end of the year were undoubtedly very enviable. But now, it seems that he had unknowingly surpassed most of these people. At least in terms of wealth, most of these people could not be compared with Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai was a bit surprised. But now, it seemed that he had unknowingly surpassed most of these people. Unknowingly, the car had already driven out of New York and entered Massachusetts. The scenery along the way was actually not very good. If it was spring, summer, or autumn, the scenery along the way would be very good. Although there were no famous mountains or rivers, there were mountains, rivers, and fields, which made people feel very comfortable. But now, after all, it was just the beginning of spring, so there was more snow on the ground that had not melted. Some small rivers that could be seen on the side of the road were flowing slowly, but there were still some residual ice on the edge. Some grasslands in the distance were also withered at this time. Only some green light on the branches of some trees by the roadside could be seen, which represented the aura of new life. Boss, I have to admit that the manor you bought is indeed a treasure land, you know. When we finished clearing the snow, we found that the grass under the snow was still green. They actually grew ahead of time, so we didn't need to re-sow grass seeds. Not only did this save us a lot of money, but it also allowed our cows to eat fresh grass faster. Looking at the bleak scenery outside, Philip said with a proud face. But when Jiang Hai heard this, he was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Because other people didn't know what was going on with the grass, but Jiang Hai was very clear. If it weren't for his blood, his manor would also be bleak at this time. Fortunately, these people didn't think that the grass was supernatural, which made Jiang Hai feel relieved. In the blink of an eye, Philip drove for more than 2 hours. In order to prevent him from getting too tired, Jiang Hai took the initiative to switch to the driver's seat at the next rest stop. After the two ate some snacks in the rest stop, Jiang Hai continued to drive towards his manor. Although Jiang Hai's physical fitness is very strong, after driving for more than an hour, he couldn't concentrate anymore. His eyes were looking around. At this time, he passed by a tour bus. He glanced back and saw that the people inside the bus were eating lunch. Some of them might be northerners. At this time, they were eating red sausages. When he saw the red sausages, he suddenly remembered the things he sent. By the way, have you seen the things I sent? Looking at Philip, Jiang Hai asked with a smile. Things? What things? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Philip froze for a moment, then asked with some doubts. It's a big bag of things. There's a lot of food and some spices in it. Didn't you see them? Hearing Philip's words, Jiang Hai was also stunned. His things have been sent for almost 4 days, why haven't they arrived yet? No, I didn't see them. Looking at Philip's serious expression, Jiang Hai frowned slightly. He took out his mobile phone and called the express delivery company. As a result, he learned that the things hadn't been delivered yet. These damn guys, why are they so slow? After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hai's brows wrinkled. Multinational express delivery companies, after all, were different from domestic ones. They needed to go through customs to check if this thing could be sent abroad by plane. If it was off-season, it would take about 4 or 5 days for it to be sent abroad. However, they were very busy recently. Some people who were abroad couldn't go home during the holidays. Most of their family members would choose to send them some things. Even if they couldn't go home, they could still experience the taste of their hometown, right? Therefore, this caused the workload of the customs to increase. It was precisely because of this that multinational express delivery companies generally said that the delivery time was 1 week to half a month. Sending it within half a month wasn't considered a dereliction of duty. Now that he heard it, Jiang Hai really didn't know what to say. However, he couldn't possibly return empty-handed after returning to the country. In addition to his own food, there were also some toys that he had brought back for his subordinates. In fact, it wasn't anything expensive. It was more of a thought. Other than some food, there were mainly cigarettes and wine. Don't think that the people in the United States didn't give gifts. In fact, they would give gifts if they wanted to. It was just that if they didn't have a very, very close relationship, the officials wouldn't dare to accept gifts. But usually, when they visited each other, they would give gifts. For example, when a family was having a birthday party, or just ordinary gatherings, they would give gifts. The thing that the people in the United States gave the most was the red wine rack. Heaven knows, Jiang Hai didn't have that much red wine in his house. Other than the red wine rack, some homemade biscuits, cakes, and so on were also very good gifts. It wasn't how expensive it was, but more of a thought. Compared to giving money in China, it wasn't so direct here. Jiang Hai had also stayed here for half a year. He had a rough understanding of the customs of the United States. So when he came back this time, although he didn't drink baijiu, he still bought some. Whether these people drank it or not, this was his thought, and these people would be very happy to accept it. But now, if he came back first and the gifts didn't arrive, it would indeed be a bit abrupt. There's no other way. Let's buy some gifts first. Seeing that the highway leading straight to Winthrop was in front, Jiang Hai sighed, turned the steering wheel, and ran in the direction of Boston. Seeing Jiang Hai's action, Philemon was also shocked. "Boss, aren't you going home? Why are you going to Boston?" Looking at Jiang Hai, Philemon asked strangely. "The gifts I bought for you are still in Huaxia. It will take at least a week for those things to arrive, so I'm going to get you some gifts first." Jiang Hai didn't hide it from Philemon, but said directly. "Hey, what gifts? It's the same if you give them to us in a few days." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Philemon waved his hand. He really didn't care much about these things. The snow in the manor had almost melted recently. They were very busy every day. "Okay, I have the final say in this matter." Hearing Philemon's words, Jiang Hai waved his hand and interrupted him. He stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed towards the northern part of Boston. Although Jiang Hai didn't know much about Boston, he had come here many times before. However, he had been here many times after all, so he was very clear about the general situation here. He especially remembered one shop. A shop that let him buy a lot of chickens. God knows why he was obsessed with it at the beginning. He didn't know how to cook chickens. What's the use of buying so many chickens? Chicken stewed with mushrooms. It's delicious, but what's the point of saying that if he doesn't know how to cook it? Jiang Hai is still raising those chickens. Although he didn't stew them with mushrooms, at least he solved the problem of eating eggs. As for that shop, he remembered it deeply. After turning a corner, he came to the shop that once cheated him. Although it was in the United States, it was obvious that this family still followed the old customs in China. The door of the small supermarket was pasted with two huge Fu characters upside down. According to the old people, this is called Fu has arrived. In addition to the Fu characters, there was also a couplet in front of the door. There were two strings of lanterns hanging on both sides of the couplet. It was very festive. Chapter 187. Welcome. When Jiang Hai entered the supermarket, because it was noon, the people here were eating there. A group of 7 people, including 2 salespeople and 4 people wearing security guard uniforms. In addition to being responsible for the security here, they also need to move goods and replenish the supermarket. In addition to these staff, there were only 2 people who looked like outsiders. A middle-aged man, who looked to be in his 40s, was sitting there in casual clothes, and the old man who tricked Jiang Hai to buy a chicken last time. As soon as she saw Jiang Hai come in, a girl wearing a waiter's uniform who was sitting there eating stood up immediately and said to Jiang Hai. Hearing her words, the other people here also turned their heads. "Oh, it's you, little brother. Have you finished the chicken?" Seeing that it was Jiang Hai, it was obvious that the old man here still had some impression of Jiang Hai. He couldn't help but smile and say. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but roll his eyes. "No, I'm raising it to lay eggs." While responding, Jiang Hai walked into the supermarket. Raising it to lay eggs. Sigh. You young people just don't know how to cherish it. Only this kind of chicken that has not laid eggs can make delicious chicken stew. The meat is firm, just like a woman. It is worthless after giving birth, cough. Little Lu, I'm sorry. As soon as he heard Jiang Hai's words, the old man here said subconsciously, but when he said it, he remembered that there was a girl beside him, so he said it with a smile, but the girl blushed. You think I don't know that chicken stew is delicious? The problem is that I don't know how to make it. Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Hai said afterward. If you don't know how to make it, why did you buy it? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man here couldn't help but be stunned and said with some doubts. I was fooled by you. Jiang Hai's eyes looked at the old man in front of him contemptuously, making the old man a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but touch his nose and laugh. Cough, if you don't know how to make it, you can also return it. Although he was embarrassed, he still said with a little confidence. Forget it. I've circled a piece of land for them in my manor. I'll feed them some food and they'll look for insects to eat. They're pretty good when they're alive. I've eaten their eggs, and they're very delicious. They're much better than the eggs you buy here. Although Jiang Hai didn't eat those chickens, Jiang Hai liked the eggs they laid very much. After all, the grass at his place was sprinkled with his blood. They were all improved varieties, so the insects eating the grass in the grass were naturally improved varieties. After these chickens ate these insects, the eggs they laid not only had the taste of eggs, but also the smell of grass. They were also very refreshing and tasted very good. Moreover, even if he didn't check, Jiang Hai knew that the nutrition inside was extremely rich. Because he didn't buy a rooster to pick the eggs, those eggs couldn't hatch into chicks. Jiang Hai ate them with peace of mind. Hey, you are quite good. The eggs of these free-range chickens aren't much cheaper than chickens. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man here also nodded in appreciation. Indeed, a free-range chicken egg was sold for about 1 yuan. Even if it was only laid once every 2 or 3 days, it could lay more than 100 eggs a year. This way, the money for the chickens would be earned back, and the old hen wouldn't be wasted. It was still very good for making soup. What are you going to buy this time? Perhaps there was some guilt in his heart. Seeing Jiang Hai come in, the old man here also stood up and was ready to introduce to Jiang Hai with a smile. Dad, let me greet the guest. Seeing the old man stand up, the middle-aged man over there also stood up and said eagerly. Hurry up and eat. You still have to go to school in a while. This kid only knows how to cause trouble all day long. I can still eat when I am hungry. Don't get up. Come, young man, let's go here. Looking at Jiang Hai in front of him, the old man smiled and walked over. Nodding to the middle-aged man over there, Jiang Hai walked to this side of the goods area. As soon as he came over, the old man asked him. It can be seen that the old man usually doesn't mean anything. He still likes to talk very much. What do you want to buy? Isn't it the new year? I returned to China a few days ago, but the things sent by express delivery haven't been delivered yet. But this time I came back, I have to at least give some gifts to the workers in my manor. I thought that you have more things here, so I came to take a look. Jiang Hai glanced at the things on the shelves and explained. Well, it's true that it's not easy to make a trip back to China. I have to bring something back, but you don't know that they don't really give gifts. Even if it's Christmas, only relatives will give gifts. The things they want are more focused on practicality, not price or origin. After all, the old man had stayed in the United States for much longer than Jiang Hai, so he naturally knew more. Most of the gifts given by ordinary people in the United States were very practical or very cheap. There is no such thing as too many gifts here. If you give the wrong thing, they will really turn hostile. And the most important thing is that they basically won't return the gift. This is also something that makes many Huaxia people uncomfortable. But fortunately, Jiang Hai doesn't care about this. He just hopes that these people can work hard for him. Other than that, he doesn't care. When you give something, it mainly depends on who you give it to. Men, women, blacks, whites, South Americans, or Asians. All countries and all races are very particular. If you really can't figure it out, you can give a red wine rack. This is also one of the most tacit things here. Looking at Jiang Hai, who was listening carefully, the old man began to talk non-stop. Jiang Hai also calculated in his heart. Most of the people in Jiang Hai's manor are white. Robbins Garcia, Burke Dollar, Harriman Fells, Bell Luster, Edward Anderson, Tommy Charles, and Marlon Rupert are all white. These people are all white. Philemon Turner and Eleanor Cece are black. Andrew Christian is Latin American. So, the things he prepared are all the same. If it's a white person, it also depends on where his ancestry is. If it's a descendant of England, you can give him black tea. He will definitely like it. If it's a descendant of other countries, such as Ireland or France, you can give him coffee and cheese. He will like it very much. If it's a black person, you can give them coffee and oatmeal. Of course, you can give them some handicrafts, such as this Hua Xia festival. They will also be very happy. If it's a Latin American, I recommend you give them this. Lao Gan Ma, they love this thing. But other than this thing, you can decide for the other food. In fact, to be honest, I have been in the United States for more than 10 years, and I really haven't seen too many foreigners who like to eat our Hua Xia's authentic Hua Xia food. They eat more of the improved food. As the old man spoke, he introduced the things in front of him to Jiang Hai. And his words also made Jiang Hai, who originally wanted to give some sausages, barbecued pork, and so on, stop for a moment. Indeed, he had been in the United States for a period of time. It was impossible to say that he did not want to eat Hua Xia food. However, he had also eaten at the Hua Xia restaurant here. The taste of the food was quite different. There were many restaurants on the streets here. Sichuan cuisine and Cantonese cuisine were the two main series. Other than that, there were some Shandong cuisine restaurants mixed in with restaurants in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. However, the taste of the food made in these restaurants was really similar to Jiang Hai's. Americans did not like to eat salty things or bones, so basically, all the freshwater fish dishes were not fated with them. Their taste was more sweet and sour, and this sourness was not acetic acid, but the kind of sourness that was found in Cantonese cuisine. The taste was somewhat similar to Cantonese cuisine, but it was also heavier and more sour than Cantonese cuisine. If one were to talk about it, it was somewhat a combination of Cantonese cuisine and Zhejiang cuisine. Even though Jiang Hai's favorite dish was double-cooked pork, to be honest, he was not used to eating Hua Xia food in the United States. However, this kind of taste was the favorite of the people in the United States. No matter where you did business, sticking to the authentic taste was not the way to make a fortune, especially in the restaurant industry. The most important thing was to cater to the local taste. Even in Jiang Hai's opinion, this was no longer Chinese food. It only had the shape, but not the taste. This was also why Jiang Hai would rather eat steak and fried cod sticks at home every day, although he would get tired of eating them. What about the wine? After looking around, Jiang Hai found that there were still a lot of Hua Xia wine in the shop. Although the price was much more expensive than in China, Jiang Hai still asked because he also bought a lot of wine by express delivery. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the old man waved his hand and said with disdain, "They won't like to drink our wine." Speaking of which, the Westerners who like to drink our wine the most are the Russians. They especially like to drink our wine with high alcohol content. I heard your accent, you should be from the Northeast. Then you should know. When Westerners drank, they liked to drink wine that was soft and smooth. Just like the four base wines, it was like this. No matter how strong the alcohol was, it would burn and roll in the stomach, but at least it had to taste good. However, huaxia wine was more of a sauce smell when it entered the stomach. First, it was warm, and second, it was comfortable. Of course, there were also pure spiciness like burning knives, but drinking that kind of wine was not good for the body. Most Westerners did not like huaxia wine, except for the Russians, who were from the Soviet Union. In the past, Jiang Hai had heard that because Black Dragon Province, where Bing City was located, was only a river away from Russia, so there were often Russians coming from the port to huaxia to drink. Jiang Hai even heard that in the 80s and 90s, a bottle of Northeast aged wine, the kind that cost a few RMB, could be exchanged for 3 purebred Caucasus dogs at the border. At that time, one Caucasus dog was sold for 200 renminbi. 1 or 300 yuan could also be exchanged for gold directly. When gold was 80 yuan per gram, a bottle of wine could be exchanged for 2 or 3 grams. It was really a good deal. Of course, there were also a lot of risks. If someone was a thief or provoked the opposite party and was killed, then their death would be in vain. No one would stand up for them. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.